Got to cover up all the. So I
Yeah.
was really proud.
So some boards, it's kind of
All righty, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, the very first board meeting for the South Carolina Board of Genetic Counselors. Public notice of this meeting was properly posted at the office of the South Carolina Board of Genetic Counselors, Synergy Business Park, King Street Building, 110 Centerview Drive in Columbia, South Carolina, on the board's website, and provided to any requesting persons, organizations, or news media in compliance with South Carolina Code Section 30-4-80 of the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. And members of the public who wish to view the meeting may do so by live stream at https://gen/videos.aspx. All righty. Am I on? Okay. We're going to go ahead with the second item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. If board members, if you need a minute or two to look at the agenda for today's meeting, and once you've had a chance to do that, we will proceed with the vote on the agenda. All righty. What we will need is someone to make a motion that they approve the agenda as is. All right, we'll need a second. All right, and then we'll need everyone to vote, yay or nay.
All right, I'm going to break in here. These microphones are a pain, but they can't hear you on YouTube if you aren't speaking into the mic, so you have to be uncomfortably close to these. It's really awkward, but if you could try and speak into the mic, it would be super helpful. So thanks.
All righty, moving on to item number 3, welcome and introduction of the board members. Once again, my name is Pam Duncan, and I'm your board executive. We have on the board Miss Allison Bellamo, thank you. I knew I was going to mess that up. We have Miss Amy Dobson, Miss Kimberly Foyle, and Miss Sarah Pass. So we'd like to thank you ladies for being part of the board and for your service to the board and to the genetic counselors of South Carolina. All righty, moving on to number 4, item number 4, election of chair and vice chair. We will need someone to make a nomination for chair of the board.
Is there an opportunity to discuss the responsibilities of the chair and the vice chair before we do that?
Absolutely. Generally, right now, I'm acting as the chair. The chair of the board chair would open up the meeting, read the call to order, just pretty much go step by step of the agenda. Like once you guys elect a chair and a vice chair, then that chair is going to take over the rest of the agenda. So they will, the next part, they'll say, okay, Pam, we're ready for the board executive remarks. And then they will move down to where it's the board member training. So they'll actually control the flow of the meeting. They will also be the one, when there's votes that need to be taken, asking for, the vote, a second, asking everyone to vote.
The advice council perspective, the chair is kind of our first line of contact when we have a question, especially with this being a new board. We are going to probably have some practice questions that will come in. We'll typically ask the chair for input on that. The chair helps set the agenda. We normally meet prior to the meeting to just confirm all of the contents of the agenda, who's going to appear. So basically, they're like the first line of contact.
And And then, of course, the vice chair, if for some reason the chair was unable to be at a board meeting, then the vice chair would take over the meeting at that time. But like Tara said, we will probably rely heavily on the vice chair, particularly with questions that staff may get.
The chair. Danielle, does your team want to provide some input about the chair and their interaction? I mean, y'all don't have to. Not to put you on the spot, but you're also. Oh. Sounds good, thank you.
Does that kind of help, or are there more questions or concerns that we can address?
Aaron has something for us.
Hi there, I'm Erin Baldwin. I'm the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. We do interact with the chair and with the vice chair on occasion through staff members for things like temporary suspension orders, orders to cease and desist, things where a licensee's immediate need to not practice or an unlicensed person's immediate need to not practice would be at issue. And those would come through advice counsel, don't get me wrong, but it can be a workload for some boards. I have no earthly idea how to predict that for your board yet, but because it is so new, we might have some unlicensed issues to bring to you, especially at the very beginning, once we know when all of the steps are going to key in terms of dates and timing. So, Ms. Nixon, I hope that helps. I'm sorry.
Perfect, thank you, Aaron. Being with disciplinary too, because you do everything here, Donnell.
I could tell he was important.
Couldn't you? It's the tie, isn't it?
All righty, if the board's ready, we can go ahead and entertain a motion for chair.
Want to do it?
There's no judgment-free zone.
I mean, I will if you all agree that y'all want.
I think you've done all the work to get us here. I think it's only fair that you also get to be the chair. I mean, if you want to take a break, we can totally take over for you. But also, I feel like you've put in the work, so you deserve the ability to be chair.
Fine. You want to make the nomination, Sam?
I would like to nominate Allison as the chair.
All righty, we'll need a second. All vote. All righty, congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And switch seats if you want to and come up to the chair spot, or if you're comfortable, we can just
Good.
stay where we are till the next meeting.
Awesome.
Go ahead with the vote for the vice chair then.
Sure. Is there a nomination for vice chair?
Way to do it.
Sarah Pass.
My second. Congratulations, Sarah Pass, on becoming the vice chair. All right, Pam, is it okay if we move on to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I would like to take this time to introduce to the board some of the distinguished staff here at LOR. You guys know me. We'll get to know each other better as we move along, and I'm also here for you ladies if you ever need anything. I have my business card I'll give to everyone. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my right hand, Ms. Shawn Struthers. Shawn is the program coordinator. Like I said, she's my right hand. She helps me coordinate the board meetings. She's also the licensure supervisor. She'll be the licensure supervisor. Right now, we have a staff. 1, 2, 3. We have 4. We have a staff. Besides myself and Shawn, there's 4 other staff persons, and their duties, they answer the telephones, they process the applications. But if you can't get in touch with me and need something right away, please feel free to reach out to Shawn. Next, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the board's advice council. Miss Tara Nixon. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my boss, Miss Teresa Brown. She's the Program Director for Health and Wellness Boards, which does include the Genetic Counselors Board. So Miss Brown is standing. Next, I would like to introduce Deputy Director of Professional and Occupational Licensing, Mr. Robbie Bolin. Robbie. Next, I would like to introduce the Deputy Director of Investigations and Enforcement, Donnell Jennings. Oh, I gave you a promotion. And also on his staff is Miss Amelia Leaks. She is the Program Manager of Office of Investigations and Enforcements. We have Miss Ratisha Brisbane. Oh, I did, okay. Ratisha is the lead investigator for the board, for the Office of Investigations and Enforcement. Miss Ashley Bailey. Ashley, what's your title? Are you a lead investigator? Okay. Ashley is also a lead investigator for Office of Enforcement and Investigations. Who else am I missing? Erin introduced herself. Erin's part of the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. We have Luke. Yes, Luke is also part of the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, so you may see his name every once in a while. We have Josh, who is with our, we call it DOTS, but it's like our IT department. He's the one that set up all the laptops for us. He will put the presentation up on the screens for us. If something happens with your laptop, like it shuts down or something, just kind of wave at Josh, and he'll be glad to come over and help you out there. Am I missing anyone else? Okay. Nice to meet you, Chelsea, and thanks for coming. All right, Madam Chair, that's all of the staff.
Thanks, Pam. Move on to the next item on the agenda, number 6, the board member training.
Yes, ma'am, that's me again. Normally how the board meetings proceed, we get all the meeting materials ready in advance. We kind of want to do like a hands-on session with the board, because doing it in advance, you'll be able to view the materials at home or at work. You'll be able to log into the secured portal with your email address and with the password. And Sean and I can reach out to each of you after the meeting and kind of help you walk through that process, because you'll log in with your email address, but then you'll have to like reset your password. So if you look at the screen, I know I can't get up. I really want to get up and walk around. It checked on genetic counselors. I'm going to get up and walk around and check everybody's laptop real quick.
While Pam does that, we also have Virginia. Virginia, do you want to introduce yourself? I don't know your title.
Virginia Wetzel, Government Affairs Director.
Okay, so what I've done is just kind of given you a sample of what it will look like moving forward. What we will do is we will set up, you see the individual folders set up. Like the first one says 9/6/24 agenda. If you click on that folder, you'll actually see, they'll pop up the agenda itself, and if you click on that Adobe file, you'll actually see the agenda. I haven't added anything to the other folders, but those are folders that you will see consistently, because we'll always have administrative reports to give to the board. The minutes, like after this meeting, we will do the minutes of the meeting, and then we'll have to forward that to the board members for your approval, review and approval, before we can post those on the website. We'll always have new business. And there could be times old business, like something that the board talks about and says, hey, can we carry this over to the next board meeting? So that would be considered old business. So, and it's going to go with the flow of the agenda. It should go with the flow of the agenda. So, so that at the next board meeting, there will actually be reports under the administrative reports. If we have started receiving applications and issuing licenses at that time, by that time, we'll be able to give the board a number of licenses that's been issued. That's generally what we give to the other boards. And then the minutes from this meeting will be there for you to vote on, and then any new business. So we just, and these laptops will be available at every board meeting. So we'll have these for you at every board meeting. Generally, what I like to do is maybe reach out to everybody about a month in advance and say, hey, just a friendly reminder, we've got a board meeting coming up. And then we generally try to have all the meeting materials and everything ready at least 2 weeks prior to the board meeting. Now, if you feel like 2 weeks, we want to be sure we give you enough time to review everything prior to the meeting. So we need to bump that up to 3 weeks, or, I just need someone to tell me. But normally we do 2 weeks, but it can change. It can change. And then that way it just kind of helps with the flow of the meeting. Kind of, you've had a chance to review everything prior, and it kind of just helps with the flow and help it move a little quicker. And like I said, Sean and I will reach out to each of you after the meeting, probably next week, within the next 2 weeks, so that and walk you through pulling it up. We've got some instructions on how to pull up this secured site on your laptop or your computers at home or at work and whatnot. Any questions about that? That's kind of, hopefully that'll help. Because like I said, this will be something that you'll see consistently at each board meeting. All righty.
Finished with that, since we don't have any questions, or is there more?
I've got a little bit
Yeah,
more.
you're good.
Okay. Before you leave today, each board member gets a per diem for attending the board, for your service on the board. And then we also reimburse for mileage and for lunch. So before you leave today, I'm going to have you sign an expense report so that we can get you reimbursed. In order to get you reimbursed, you will need to be set up as a vendor with our procurement, with the state's procurement department. So Sean and I will reach out to each of you after this meeting, give you the instructions on how to do that, because that's something that each of you will have to do. Unfortunately, we can't do that as staff. But once that's set up, then you'll get your reimbursement for attending the board meetings. Trying to think, anything else, Sean, that you can think of? And we do have a board member manual, and I will forward a copy of that to you as well. That kind of encompasses everything, not just, board meetings, but, LOR processes and whatnot. So we'll get a copy of that to you as well. And that's all I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the presentation from LLR Investigation and Discipline Processes. Donnell, Mr. Jennings, giving that, or Leticia?
I'll actually
Okay.
be presenting a report. Excuse me.
Yeah, and you should also have a paper copy of their presentation, but it's going to be, it'll pop up on the TV screens as well. There we go.
Okay, so we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. So what I'm going to do is go over just a little quick overview, well, not necessarily quick, about what we do and how we support you. How does a case get to us? That's where we're going to start. And welcome to you. So initially, an initial complaint comes into our office. It can either come in by either on paper or online. Once we receive it, we have a complaint analyst, and she determines if the board has jurisdiction. And if she says yes, then the case is open. I'm sorry. So Title 40, Professional and Occupation, Section 49-10, the Board of Genetic Counselors was signed into law on May 21st of this year. So opening the case, what she normally does is she's an attorney. She works for us, and she looks at it to make sure that it's an alleged violation of our Practice Act or your Practice Act. And if she says yes to both questions, the case is open. If it's a case where we do not have jurisdiction, then she'll send a letter to them. Sometimes in the past, she's had to ask them for additional information. For instance, if what's coming in, we don't have enough, like a patient name or a birth date or something like that, then that's when she'll send a letter out saying either an email, hey, look, we need some additional information. And she gives them usually a close by date. So if she doesn't receive it during that time, she'll usually send a letter out saying, you're not open. Some correspondence goes to the complainant basically saying we cannot open it for whatever reason. So the 4190 changes to our process. So back of 2023, we had to start doing things just a little bit different. And so some of the changes that came about was we normally in the past did not provide a copy of the complaint, but then when this passed, we started providing a copy of the complaint. They usually get the name of the complainant. They don't get any identifying information such as like email address, telephone number, address. We do leave the city and the state. So if, for instance, Columbia, South Carolina, 29210, we'll leave that information. But other than that, we do not give them anything else. The other thing that has changed with it is what we call our good cause, meaning that in the past, we never provided the complaint. Now with this process, we do. But there's also some people who ask to be protected, their identity, they don't for whatever reason. And an example, if they're working with the person, what we call a respondent, then they probably would ask, hey, look, I'm working with this person. I don't want to reveal my name, fear of retaliation or whatever. So how we authorize the case for investigation. Once the case is open, then it comes to myself. Ashley is my co-lead for another board, but she'll also be my co-lead just in case I'm not here that day or whatever. So we look at the case, we determine, a couple of things. We'll look at it and decide, one, if there's a priority case, meaning if there is any imminent danger, and if that's the case, we mark it priority case. Those things can be like a person coming to work that's under the influence or doing something out of the ordinary that will be an immediate risk to the public. We act very quickly with those cases. Some of the other things that we look at are like who are the agency that is investigating or responded, how quickly information can be obtained from relevant sources. Investigators can use subpoenas to gather information. So for instance, if we have medical records, which we probably will be attached, we send out subpoenas. We call them HIPAA subpoenas, and it's certain language, and we send it out to whomever the facility is. In some cases, in most boards, and possibly with this one, we have a case where we need an expert, someone who has more knowledge, a little bit more outside of what we can see based on the Practice Act. We may have that person, we'll look at it and say, hey, we need your assistance, we'll give you the documents, and we need your expert opinion. So the evidence is mainly obtained by the investigator who is assigned to the case. One of the things that we do is investigate the witnesses. We will contact the respondent, of course, and that is the licensee. And when we contact them, we, tell them there's a case. Usually they've received our letter of notice of complaint, but if they haven't, we'll go into details about what the complaint is about. And we'll also let them know that a letter has been sent out to whatever address that they give us. We coordinate with different agencies. Sometimes we have to go out to the practice themselves just to kind of talk with the respondent or maybe witnesses or obtain records. Sometimes we do that in person, not in every case, but in some cases we do. We also coordinate with RPP, which is our Recovering Professional Program, and that's a program that is for the respondent. And basically, if they're under the influence, if they have mental health illnesses, the RPP may be somebody that they get involved with to try to either rehabilitate them, to give them some direction on what's next, or if they're having some issue. And in these cases, sometimes these become priority situations. So when I was talking earlier about priority cases, if there is one, like someone's coming to, practicing under influence, then we may have to refer them to RPP. And throughout the process, we do consult with our ODC attorney, and you'll hear from them in a little bit. But basically, if we have or need some guidance on the case, like something that's just not what we normally do and we're not really sure, then we'll consult with the ODC attorney. So we have one assigned to this board, and so whoever the investigator is will say, hey, look, I may need some help, and they'll give them the particulars of the case. And again, with the expert review process, usually they're looking, because they know, they work in the field, you guys approve them at some point, they know what the standard of care is, they know what to look for. What they'll do is, once they've gotten all the documentation from us, we have someone on staff here, she works in ODC, she basically gathers all the documents that we give her, saying, hey, look, this is what we need them to look at based on what we've obtained, and then the expert reviewer is identified by her, and their availability. They'll look at everything, and they usually make a recommendation to us that, was recommended to the board. So the lead investigators, my job and Ashley's job is to basically look at the complaint, make sure that we are providing the information to the investigator. Also, we get things ready for the IRC. The IRC is an investigative review conference, and at some point, you guys will be appointing members for that IRC. So once the case is completed, the investigation is 100% done. That means if they needed to process, then all is completed, and then we upload those documents to a secure site, and that IRC will be able to look at it, access all the paperwork that we've got, records, and the complaint, and any other documents. So that's their job. It's our job to put it on the site. It's their job to look at it, and then once we have that IRC, it's usually compiled of myself, the lead investigators, and I have their names listed. Unfortunately, they're not able to be here today. So those people are going to be Samantha Sanders, Doris Cochran, and David Escalante. Also, the attorney will be present, also the board administrator, and then any other professional members that you guys are appointing, then they'll be also present. So like I said before, they'll get all the information. Once they review it, then they make a recommendation to you. So that recommendation can be a couple of things. It could be a dismissal, meaning that we didn't find any evidence of what's been alleged. The second one is a dismissal with a letter of caution, and basically that's something that you guys may see as somewhat of a concern, but not enough for you to say a formal discipline. And so we usually call those letter of cautions. So, go back. Okay. Yeah, they're right there, right there. I'm sorry. And then also what we call a C&D, which is a cease and desist. So what Ms. Aaron was talking about, Ms. Baldwin was talking about before, about maybe in the beginning stages, we'll have people that are unlicensed. And if they're unlicensed, then normally what we'll say is that's a cease and desist. But that has to be something that RC recommends, and there are some other caveats that are involved with that. And a formal complaint is usually with consent parameters or without consent parameters, and that's basically something that you guys are going to have to come up with. That's not something we know just yet, but in the event that we do have that, those are some of the things that you will look at. So a formal complaint, we look at it more like a disciplinary action. Most likely, they'll come before you, you kind of delve in everything that's going on with the case, and then let them have a conversation with you along with their attorney if they choose to, and then the decision will be made by you guys. Next. So more into the consent parameters, it could be in a couple of things. It could be suspension, it could be a probation, it could be either ethic courses or civil penalties, or it could be some of all. That's something that you guys will also look at and decide, if not today, another day. Next. So with the board approval of RC report, once the lead investigator actually compiles that, it goes to the RC. But in those things that we're going to be looking at, we're going to tell them, one, what the allegations were, what we found. And so what we found is RC logic. The RC report will not contain certain identifying information, like for instance, if something happened at a particular hospital like MUSC, we would not put that information in there. Those are the things that we do leave out. The board should only do one of the following: approve the recommendation, change the recommendation, or either pull the case for further investigation. So if you get the case before you, say you're not quite sure, maybe we need to go back and do a couple more things, we may bring it to you with the thought that we're completed, but you may look at it and listen and say, hey, wait a minute, I think we might need to go back, and you can pull that, send it back, and we have to do some additional work. Or it could be moved to a different category. So say, for instance, that we recommend a letter of caution, and you guys agree that, that sounds more like a dismissal, that can be changed as well during that board meeting. So these are a couple of the requirements, and I mean a couple of the things that you would do when you're looking at a formal complaint. So you're looking at whether or not the Rules of Administration Procedure Act was followed. You look at whether or not we uphold the due process rights, follow rules of evidence, and issue proper notice. Whether or not you can discipline a licensee, and that must be based on your practice act. You got to look at what the grounds of disciplines are, and it must be a statutory violation and not just a violation of the board policy. Evidence was required to prove the violation had occurred, and the board is finder of fact and trier of law. So we must have the licensee who established jurisdiction before the board, and if a respondent does not hold a license with the Board of Genetic Counselors, most you can do is issue a cease and desist, or either refer them to whatever other agency that may have jurisdiction over them. So I'm sorry. Oh, I thought someone said something. What happens after the board approves the RC report? If the board approves the case for dismissal or LOC, the respondent and the complainant will get letters basically saying what the recommendation or what the board decision is, and that'll be mailed by either our department or either Ms. Pam's department. If it's a letter of caution, usually they look at it and they actually compile the letter and send it out. We do all dismissals, anything that goes before you guys. If you're looking at a formal complaint, the case is transferred to the legal department, and that's Ms. Baldwin and her team. And this is a little chart recap. I'm not sure if you guys can see that very well. Thank you. All right, so it just kind of tells you what happens, like when the case is filed, whether it's open, where does it go, who makes that decision, once the evidence is all gathered, what happens next, whether there's an expert review. In some boards, we do have a triage process, and it's before you get it to the expert review, they may look at it and decide, hey, we can tell based on what we have. We think we can go ahead and recommend either a dismissal or a letter of caution. And if that's the case, then it may not need to go to an expert review. Also, we look at a couple of other stuff as far as substandard care, whether or not was it present, if it wasn't. And so it gives you kind of an overview of what happens step by step. Okay, that concludes my part. Do you have any questions? And I'm sure you may have some. It's a lot of information. And at some point, we'll probably do another training for everyone, and in that training, then we'll have the investigators that are going to be working the board, they'll be present at that time.
And also Chairman Bellomo, regarding the good cause process, excuse me, you will make that determination yourself. It will not be done by OIE or ODC or a vice counsel. So typically, our staff would send it to the vice counsel, and then the vice counsel would communicate the actual language in the complaint to you, and then you have the authority to decide whether or not to grant good cause, meaning the person remains anonymous, or you'll say, no, it's not sufficient enough to grant good cause, and then we send out a complete package that's not been redacted, meaning the actual complaint and complaint documents that come with it.
We actually have that on the agenda to make that delegation.
And we realized that was a quick presentation, but we'll be here at every meeting to assist y'all as we go forward.
Thank you. So should we move on to the next item, or is there still, oh, nope, here comes Aaron. All right, thank you.
I'm going to rely on Josh. I'm sorry. We'll keep going. So we have a couple of different ways to resolve a case once it comes to ODC. That means that an investigator has thoroughly investigated the case. It means that y'all have seen a very short synopsis of the case and have approved and authorized that case to come to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel with a public vote. You can't see all of the facts of the case as your professional member on the investigative review committee will, because you have to be the finders of fact and the triers of law. So you have to be neutral and you have to be uninformed, which sounds a little strange until we present the information to you. So it's like sitting as the judge in a courtroom. You shouldn't know anything about the case before you walk into the boardroom on the day of the hearing. We can resolve things in 4 different ways. Y'all can give us authorization to enact consent agreements, which means that we have a deal basically with the licensee. The state, through the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, can reach a plea bargain, is what most people would think of it from the criminal side, where they agree to the facts, they agree to the law, they agree that they violated the law, and they agree to the punishment. So all of that is summed up into one neat little document called a consent agreement. Because y'all are so new, and because you don't have any history of discipline whatsoever, it would be my legal recommendation that you not engage in consent agreements at the very beginning of your process, that you start with hearing the cases either through agreements or through full hearings as the licensee demands, but that you don't tell us what you want to see in a consent agreement until you have actually seen a disciplinary case. Now, you may disregard any legal opinions that I have in favor of any that Ms. Nixon has, or in favor of your own best thinking. But I frankly would just disregard consent agreements for the first little bit, and then let us come back to you and say, hey, now that we've done this for a little while, we have an idea of what consent agreements for your board should look like. And here's what we think they should be, and here are our proposed parameters. So we would work with OIE, ODC, and advice as well. So the three different groups within LLR would kind of get together and say, we think we have some ideas now about what a consent agreement for your board might look like. Again, I will take your instructions and I will run with them. So, the first disciplinary case we have, you can make it a consent agreement. I'm not saying I won't do it, but I also want you to know that that's not our recommendation at the beginning of a brand-new board. The other two things that are up here in 2 and 3 are just different forms of agreements, and I'm really not going to belabor all these points because I can tell that we're throwing way too much at you at the very beginning. Not that you couldn't handle it, but because you have no context whatsoever for this. And so I will run through them just to explain them to you, but I also want you to understand that you're not going to be asked to make a direct decision about these today. So a memorandum of agreement and a stipulation of facts are really just two different versions of the same thing. In a memorandum of agreement, we're one step down from a consent agreement. We have an agreement about the facts, we have an agreement about the law, but we don't have anything about what the punishments should be. So a memorandum of agreement says, we agree to facts, we agree to law, but we don't know what the punishment should be. The board will impose that. We'll bring you a full document. It'll be signed by the licensee, it'll be signed by the state, and it will say, this is the case. And it should give you enough information for you to make a good determination. You will always get a chance to talk to your licensee, to ask them questions, to say, why did you do this? To say, what's the situation? But you will be within the four corners of that agreement. It's a contractual obligation between the licensee and the state, and really between us and you as the board hearing the case. A stipulation of facts is one further step down. We agree to the facts, but we don't agree about the law, and we certainly don't agree about punishment. In fact, usually with the stipulation of facts, there's a great deal of debate about what the violation of the law might be, or what the punishment, if any, might be. Those are the kind of things where we're really just trying to narrow down some issues for you, but we're not at a point where we really have a whole lot of agreement. So those are typically a little bit longer. So a consent agreement might be 2 to 3 pages. A memorandum of agreement might be anywhere from 10, heck, it might be 1,000 pages if patient records are involved, if, all kinds of history of a patient had to be brought to you, we might bring you lots of patient records. We are very careful about redaction, and so we hope that everything you see from us, from LLR generally, but specifically from us and ODC, is redacted appropriately, and so you will see initials for patient names, for instance. You'll see things like abbreviated dates of birth, abbreviated SSNs. We want to make sure that we're protecting your patient's privacy and taking care of that. The final thing on this page is called a voluntary relinquishment. At any time, it is my legal opinion that your licensees have the right to give up their licenses. A voluntary relinquishment within the ODC context is because it's in lieu of discipline, meaning you have charged me with something, I don't want to deal with it, whether for good or for bad. It can be health reasons. It can be because I'm really guilty and I don't want to talk about it. It can be because I'm really innocent and I don't want to talk about it. For whatever reason, the licensee doesn't want to deal with the investigation or prosecution against them, they can sign a voluntary relinquishment. That is permanent in my legal opinion, and according to your statute, does not appear to be a temporary revocation or relinquishment, in my opinion. So if a licensee signs that, they are saying, never again in my life do I ever want to practice genetic counseling. It is serious, and yet it is not something the board will even really have an opportunity to argue with, because it is, in my opinion, the licensee's right to give up their license if they wish to do so. So that's where a voluntary relinquishment comes in. We can skip through the verbiage on the pages. Each of them has their own little screen. You might just want to look at that chart when you have time. It just tells you sort of how the tiers work. and whether board appearances are required. I will say we put no under consent agreement because most of our boards in the agency say if we issue a consent agreement that we don't have the licensee come. But that is up to the board to determine. That is not our determination to make. It is your determination to tell us if you want your licensees to come. Again, I'm not recommending at this time that you necessarily adopt consent agreements, but when and if you do, and we will encourage you to adopt consent agreements at some point, most likely. But at this point, you should just be thinking about whether you want your licensees to come to you. Because they are so narrowly tailored and because they are so focused, and it says facts, law, punishment, most of our boards say we don't need to see the licensee to do that. We can impose that punishment without having them come into the board meeting. For all of the other agreement kind of things, then we generally have the licensees come for most of our boards, but you can also make a determination that you don't have to have that either, and that'll be up to Ms. Nixon to give you some legal advice about that. As a final matter, I want you to be very clear that when your licensees do have investigations against them, we listen to them. And Ms. Brisbane is incredible in terms of her training of her staff. They always make sure that your licensees are given an opportunity to speak back, to raise any defenses that they have. But on occasion, licensees feel like they haven't been heard, and they want to come to their board to be heard. And sometimes that's after speaking fully with Ms. Brisbane and after speaking fully with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, but they still want their board to hear them, and that is absolutely their right. So we have a process, of course, for them to be heard. It's called a full disciplinary hearing. It looks a little bit more like a courtroom. It feels a little bit more like a courtroom. Witnesses are sworn. We cross-examine witnesses in that situation. And we bring people in to tell you the story of what happened in a full and complete way. I think you get a full and complete story from your agreements, but I think a full disciplinary hearing in many ways gives you even more of a picture because you get to judge the credibility of the witnesses. You get to make determinations for yourself based on those things. So those are the general ways you're going to see the Office of Disciplinary Counsel come in front of you. My boss is named Patrick Hanks. He goes by Pat. He's our Chief Disciplinary Counsel. And unfortunately, he was already scheduled for leave today before we knew that you had a meeting today, and I'm very sorry about that. I am his deputy chief. I'm his number 2, and I will also be working on your team. And then we also have Luke in the back of the room. That's Luke Allen. And Luke is newer to our team, but is a seasoned attorney and will be with us as well. It's unusual for us to have 3 attorneys on a board that is small, but it's because y'all are brand new and we don't want anything to slip through the cracks. So we would just want to make sure we're here for you. And I have put my business card there in front of you. Ms. Nixon will caution you, you should never reach out to me directly unless you have cleared that through Ms. Nixon. And that will be extraordinary if she clears it. Usually, you will speak directly to her. But I want you to know who you're talking with, know who you're seeing, know that we are real, and know that we are here to support you. And if you ever have any concerns, you can absolutely address those, and we will be sure to answer those. Ms. Nixon, have I missed anything that you feel like needs to be addressed from the Office of Disciplinary Counsel?
I don't think so. Erin did a lovely job, and obviously, Erin is wonderful, and we'd love for you to be able to reach out to her, just, random attorney rules. I do want to say one other thing. Both Luke and I worked here in law school as law clerks, and Erin was our boss. So I think it's really full circle that both of us are here with Erin. So that's amazing. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you very much. There are some emergency actions that will mainly come through the chair, but I want you to know that they're available. So there's a temporary suspension order that can be done, and that is to take a licensee out of practice who is a danger to the public. And that is the standard. It is public emergency or danger. And we take that very seriously, and if that happens, we will ask to take your licensee out of practice. It is a petition that we file, we supply it to Ms. Nixon, who then communicates with your chair, and we go through that process. We also have orders for evaluation, and it does appear under your Practice Act that we are entitled to petition for those as well. That is if we have a suspicion that a licensee is either mentally incapacitated or under the influence of some influencing substance, either alcohol or drugs, whether it be prescription or otherwise. And we would ask for an evaluation, typically where there was suspicion, but not hard fact. If it were hard fact that someone were under the influence while practicing, we would probably be straight seeking a TSO, a temporary suspension order. But where we have questions, your Practice Act allows for us to require them to present some proof to us, and we would ask for that. The third way that we take emergency action is a cease and desist order, and that's laid out as well in your packets. That's more for unlicensed practice. So if someone is practicing holding out as a genetics counselor, but is not licensed by the board, then we go for the order to cease and desist. And that, again, is done through communication with Ms. Nixon, who then communicates with the board chair. If the board chair is ever not available, we go to the vice chair. So that's why we have that. I suppose we could work through the order, but we've never really had to do that for any board that I'm aware of. Is between the chair and the vice chair, we've been able to get through the emergency actions. I hope that those are few and far between. I hope that we don't ever really need to get through those, but we have the options. The final thing that's in your packet, and again, I'm trying to keep this very brief, I apologize, but the Recovering Professional Program is an interagency group that is a joint venture between the Lexington Richland Alcohol Drug Abuse Commission, I believe I've gotten that acronym correct, LRADAC, and LLR. And they're currently in the last year of a 5-year contract with LLR to provide services to our licensees through about half of our boards, I'd say, plus or minus. And I believe Ms. Nixon will give you the opportunity to offer that service to your licensees, should you wish to. I think they would probably take a volunteer from a new board no matter what, but typically our process is that you would sign an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, or a Memorandum of Agreement with the agency so that their fees would be covered under your board's processes. Again, probably not something you really need to worry about at your first meeting, but we want you to know the full context and the full scope of the services that you can offer to your licensees, and to offer really public protection from your licensees should they get into trouble. And I have no earthly idea about the statistical frequency of substance use disorder within the genetic counselor profession, but I think that's something that you could consider when you're thinking about it. They are a group of trained professionals who help us monitor our practitioners throughout the agency and give the public some assurance that even a person who has a substance use disorder can practice absolutely lawfully, safely, no problem, as long as they are sober and practicing correctly and not doing anything that's in danger. We are fully aware of the Americans with Disabilities Act. We want to make sure that we're compliant with that, and so we offer that service through the agency to ensure that you have safe licensees to practice. I think that is everything that was contained within the PowerPoints, but a very brief version of it, I hope. Do you have any questions for me?
Will this presentation also be part of like an electronic accessible document to us?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
And if you need us to. I mean, in all seriousness, how I feel about this sometimes is that we throw this at you at your first meeting. I don't know how on earth I would ever retain that information. Y'all are all much smarter than I am, but I do think that we're more than willing to come back and do this all again once you have some context for what it looks like. And maybe you do a few disciplinary cases and then you figure it out. But we had to give you something because you have to vote on some of these things today in order to make some decisions about personnel and how to move forward. So forgive me for over talking, but I needed to get you this. Thank you.
Extremely helpful, and you know, it's sort of like a foreign language, and I just feel like the more you hear it, maybe it'll stick.
Does that complete the investigator's presentation? Okay. And you're next? Yes.
Okay, we're going to talk very, very briefly about the Freedom of Information Act. This is one of those topics that you could talk about for half a day, or you could talk about for 15 minutes. But I just wanted to pull out, kind of the most relevant provisions to your service as a board member. That's why it's on a little one-page handout. Just going to go over some highlights. Obviously, you are a public board, so your meetings are required to be held in public. If you look at the definition of a meeting, it is extremely broad, and most of FOIA is, right? The whole point is that you have open government, government decisions are happening in view of the public, and the public is able to hold the government or a governmental body accountable for the decisions that they make. So a meeting is anytime a quorum of the board, and for you guys, it's a majority. There are only 4 of you, so right now we have 3. It's a pretty tight quorum. Come together to discuss or act upon a matter over which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. Again, super, super broad, so it's just essential that we understand what a meeting is, because it's really easy to wander into accidental meetings. And most often nowadays, that happens via email. Anytime you get an email from Pam, she should have everybody BCC'd so you don't accidentally hit that reply all. But if we are to forget, if I email the board or she emails the board, just make sure that you're not replying all. A reply all is you started a meeting. There's a discussion over something you can act on, and there are more than 3 or more of you, okay? Same thing goes for text message chains, same thing goes for Facebook posts, and you start talking about board business, and 3 of you guys have commented. Maybe a professional organization message board. I mean, it's just crazy some of the ways these are popping up as we get, more and more things move to the technology space. So that's kind of the most important thing about meetings. If you need some type of information to get to every board member, board chair, anybody else, that can go through Pam. Just let Pam know. Pam can email that out to the board. She can obtain responses, compile responses, and kind of, get information to you. That's obviously not a problem, but it's just that ongoing discussion where that meeting problem really pops up. With meetings, another part of them being public is that they have to be noticed. So members of the public are able to attend a public meeting, right? Meetings are not for the public. The meeting is for the board. Now, as the board, you can choose whether or not you would like to allow public comment. Some boards do, some boards do not. Some have very detailed processes, and some just kind of are on the fly. Did anybody have anything to say? So that's kind of, just based on your style and, the number of individuals who are interested in making public comment about your profession. Either way, meetings have to be noticed. For some reason, your statute only requires a meeting every 2 years. As you can kind of tell from Erin's presentation, they're going to happen a little bit more often than that for you to handle the business of your board and to service your licensees. So one thing we have to do is decide on meeting dates for the following calendar year. Those have to be released prior to the beginning of the year. Additionally, we can have special called meetings at any other time. Your statute requires, I believe it's 3, or chair and 3, I can't remember the exact language, to call a special called meeting. But again, that's just, if there's an argument about whether or not a meeting should be had. If someone wants to have a meeting, chair wants to have a meeting, we'll do that. We just need notice, sufficient notice. It has to be at least 24 hours in advance. Pam has to get an agenda up on the intranet and up on the board outside. That right as you walk in, I think it's on your left, an actual physical copy of that agenda, so that the public is aware of the topics that will be discussed at the meeting, any items that you're going to be taking action on, and have 24 hours advance notice. Obviously, we like to do those much earlier than that, so that everyone is aware. That's not to say that you cannot amend an agenda during a meeting. Something comes up, Pam gets an email, I don't know what could kind of cause an amendment in this context. I guess I've had one with a different board. But if the amendment is for something that is for discussion only, that's usually not a problem. And if it's just a very brief discussion, like, hey, y'all don't forget the conference, the national conference is in 2 weeks, that the agenda won't need to be amended for that. If it is a topic that there's going to be non-final action taken, and it's not an emergency, we can add something with a 2/3 vote, okay? So for an example, in a different professions board meeting the other week, their South Carolina organizational members were there. They wanted to speak just briefly about some of the things going on. Obviously, that's, not a final decision. We're not allowing them to speak every board meeting for the rest of eternity, but the board did make a 2/3 vote to amend that agenda to allow them to speak. Now, if it is something for final action, without the public knowing about it or having an opportunity to comment, you are going to have to make a finding of an emergency on the record, and it will have to be a true emergency. I don't know again, it's hard to think of examples, but maybe a state of emergency, and y'all are going to issue temporary licenses. I don't even know if you have that legal authority, but just the example I could think of. That might be the type of emergency that we're talking about, not just, would be really nice if we got to do it now and we didn't have to come down for another meeting. So that's just a little bit about agendas. Again, adding items to the agenda, reach out to Pam. She's happy to run those by the chair and see if that's something we can get on the next meeting agenda. So always feel like in developing the agenda that you can play a part in that. Closed meetings. So meetings can only be closed for certain purposes. Right now, we're obviously in open session. We are streaming on YouTube. Members of the public who, if they were to come, would be able to be in here throughout this time. You do have a provision in your Practice Act that allows closure for proceedings. Some boards don't, and their hearings, unless private information is discussed that's covered and protected under another statute, those are also streamed on YouTube. Public can be there. Yours are closed. So when you do have a disciplinary hearing, the only individuals that will remain in the room will be those that are directly involved with that hearing. Those will not be streamed on YouTube. Our court reporter, Tina, will be here. She will keep a record of that hearing. And the other kind of version of a closed meeting is executive session, and that's when you come into executive session for usually purposes of legal advice. Now, executive session is kind of a sticky topic, and it's one that's been litigated a lot in our state. When we go into executive session, a specific purpose for the executive session has to be announced. So for example, we will go into executive session for one item today, and when we make that motion, we will be very specific that the reason that we're going in is to obtain legal advice related to criminal background checks of applicants. Very specific, not just licensee issues, right? So the public has some idea what was discussed for that executive session. And executive session is just a regular vote. Someone makes a motion to move into executive session. We just need a majority vote to go into executive session. If anyone comes in with us, I say comes in, we're actually the ones that stay, they're the ones that leave. But if anyone stays, including Pam, unfortunately, we no longer have attorney-client privilege. So that is something that you will weigh based on whatever the topic is that we're discussing. It's not necessary, it's still private, it's still closed, it doesn't happen in public, but it does kind of break our attorney-client privilege. I'll say it's very rare that there's an item of discussion in executive session that attorney-client privilege becomes really important. So anytime you do want Pam to be here to provide input, that is absolutely okay. Sometimes, I'm trying to think of another example of someone that may stay for executive session. I'm not thinking of one right off the top of my head. Teresa might be another individual that we would ask to stay. But our executive sessions, everyone will leave, including the court reporter. Those are not recorded. And then finally, just remember public records, kind of along the same lines. Any emails that you send to us related to board business, those are going to be public records. They can be FOIA'd, requested by members of the public for review. As you use your personal devices, just kind of keep in mind to use them as for very limited board purposes, and don't print out all of your stuff and have everything downloaded and saved into files all over your desktop of your home computer. You don't want that to have to be looped into some kind of FOIA request. Obviously, the online system that Pam's going to show you how to use makes it really easy for you to view these, and that stays on the server, and so it's not there on your laptop. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I've missed about FOIA. I don't believe so. I guess the other thing related to any materials that are posted, in this online system, Typically, those will also be public, like if we're going to review the requirements for the National Genetic Counselor exam. You know, that's all public information. It's something that you're going to look at during a meeting. If it is something related to discipline, like an MOA or a stipulation of facts, obviously, don't disclose that. Don't do anything with those documents that would allow anyone that is not a board member to view those. I mean, that kind of goes without saying, but, you know, just want to make sure I covered that. I guess one other point, if the board decides at any juncture to name a committee, a subcommittee, an advisory committee, a task force, it doesn't matter what you call it, even if no board members serve on it, it becomes a public body because it is advising the board, providing the board with information. And at that time, whatever meeting that body holds will need to be noticed under FOIA and will be subject to all these provisions that we've discussed. You can do that. Several boards do. My pharmacy board right now is writing compounding regulations. They have, I think, 7 subcommittees, and we're just holding meetings all the time, but we coordinate those. They can be held via WebEx. So, you know, if you guys do decide you need some committees as we flesh out the board and kind of its mark on our state, then just know that that's something that's available to y'all. All right. Any questions about FOIA? Okay. Good.
Is there anything left for this item number 6 on our agenda? Okay. So we will move to number 7, new business. The first item is draft regulations. Is that something that, Pam, you're going to walk us through, or is that something I'm supposed to do as the chair?
Oh, that gets to be me. I'm so sorry. I'm
Tara.
about to talk
love
at y'all.
it. It's not me, so we're good.
In your packet, you have some draft regulations. You also have a little chart that looks sort of like this. I say it's a chart. It's a flow chart. This is the regulatory process in our state, okay? It is super complicated. It takes a long time for things to get done. We have done a notice of drafting for your board. Basically, this has to be done in advance of publishing regulations in our state register, which is kind of the activities of legislative and public bodies that is published, I don't remember how often, monthly, I believe. So you are able, once a notice of drafting is published being like, hey, genetic counselors are about to do regs, it just kind of puts the public on notice that that's happening. So we've done that. Next step is to actually draft some regulations and get them published again in the state register, those actual regulations. Unfortunately, the deadline for that is October, if we want these to take effect in May 2025. So you will see today that there are draft regulations. These are very basic. I'm going to go through all of them with you to make sure you understand the implications. We can change them. You can throw them all out and say, Tara, start over. We're not doing this. We don't like these. This is your chance to have your input on your regulations. Regulations, I mean, technically they can be changed every year. That's not ideal. But as a new board, you are going to have some growing pains. You are going to have some changes that you're going to notice that need to be implemented via regulation over these first couple of years. So we'll go through those step by step. Obviously, any input, any discussion, you know, we would love your feedback if you think any need to be added. And hopefully we can approve a draft today so that it can be published either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. After that happens, a hearing is held at the Administrative Law Court if individuals request to be able to make comment on those regulations. They go to committee, they follow that entire track. And typically with the LLR regulations, they pass by expiration. So basically, if the General Assembly doesn't take action on regulations before sine die, that last day of session, they become effective at that time. So that is kind of what we are looking for, that the regulations that we're talking about today will take effect May 2025. And mainly the reason I'll say, based on the language in your Practice Act, the reason that's kind of, I think, really important to get them done now is that there's not any guidelines for your limited licensees, really, and what those are supposed to look like. And so I felt like that was kind of the motivating factor to really make sure we had something in place for the coming year. So you have a copy of the draft regulations. Your regulation chapter is going to be chapter 41. And the first section, are there any questions about the process before we start going through the actual draft of the regulations? Okay. So first, we have definitions. Obviously, that's typical. It's the same definitions taken directly from your Practice Act. Just again, so that we didn't have to spell out the names of all of these entities every single time. And so that is really the only thing for 41.1. Are there any additional definitions that you feel need to be in your regulations? It can be anything from something else that is mentioned in the regulations that you think needs just a little bit more specificity. It can be words that didn't make it into the Practice Act necessarily, but are important to your profession. Kind of, and feel free to discuss. I mean, I know there's still a lot of people in here staring at you, and it's really awkward, but this really is like your work session to discuss this and talk about anything that you may want to include. And to be honest, we might want to take like a little convenience break, let everybody kind of run to the restroom, give you time to just flip through these and just kind of digest. If 11:11, do y'all want to try to come back at what time, Chair? Do you have a preference?
About like 10 minutes? Okay. We will take a break for 10 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, it's been 10 minutes, so we're going to reconvene.
Ready? Back to the definitions. Again, it was just a super abbreviated list. Were there any definitions that you want to consider adding or any discussion about those? And we can just continue if there is something.
I have a question for Kim as the director of the virtual program in the state. Were there any concerns about the telesupervision definition that we've landed with here? I mean, it's a pretty general definition, but I know there was at some point some discussion about that. It's kind of general enough.
Review each use, as we review each use of it, I'll let you know if anything crosses my mind, but I'm okay with the definition on the first page here.
Okay. And I didn't notice anything else for now.
Sounds good. If y'all think of anything, just, feel free to blurt out at any time. 4110 included the credential recertification language, mainly just so that the board will be able to take action against a license if someone loses this certification. So this isn't in here, and I know it's like duplicative of the information that you guys know from your national organization, but if it's in here, then if someone violates a statute or reg, then that is grounds for discipline. If there's anything incorrect in what I have said here about the national certification, recertification process, let me know, but I copied it directly from there, so it should be pretty accurate. Same thing for 4120. I did want to include their disciplinary process as well, because I do see that that is something that can happen outside of and in addition to ours internally. And again, I wanted you guys to have the authority that if something is happening there, that we also have authority to address it here. We would obviously be able to if, someone filed a complaint on those same grounds, but just the existence of a complaint with that organization through this reg could initiate a complaint here at LLR.
You took this from the APGC website? Okay.
Yes. And again, most of these, Amy asked during the break, where did all these come from?
Yeah.
All the other states that have genetic counseling boards, we reviewed those regulations. So nothing in here is anything
You came up
ridiculous or
with out of
crazy.
nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a dream and then, so that didn't happen. And just again, just reiterated that if they don't have their active CGC credential, that they are not authorized to practice. And then 4130, your continuing education requirements. I know that there is another category of like professional activities, but it's the one that's not approved by the national. That just seemed way too complex for us to want to have to deal with in-house here. So I just have a category 1 and category 2 contact hours. If you guys have other thoughts or you want that to be included, we obviously can put that third category in there.
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone actually go through with PACE hours.
I've never needed them to get my certification. I have them, but
Historically or
yeah.
previously, I think they were utilized more.
Some people do use them, but I don't think that they're allowed to exceed a small minority of your overall contact hours for CEUs. I'm okay with not tracking them at the state level.
And again, that's all, we can take a look at these as often as you want to, just yearly is kind of when we have that opportunity to go in and make changes. Just to clarify that we don't approve any continuing education programs in-house, and we're, with these regs, are kind of electing to do the biennial every 2 years renewal process, and that those 25 CEUs will be required. The 15 of the NSGC Cat 1 and then the 10 of the Cat 2 is based on their percentage division for y'all's 5 years. So it's the same percentage, ratio.
Does it allow for all of them to be category 1 if that's what they got?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, it did seem very, lots of hoops to take something that was a category 1. They have a lot, though. It looked very robust, so that was awesome. And just, there is a provision that you maintain the continuing education hours, the documentation for a period of 5 years. just that was your 5-year cycle. I saw that at a lot of places. That's kind of where that number came from. If you would prefer it be a longer or shorter amount of time, that's something we can absolutely look at. Obviously, we give ourselves disciplinary authority, or authority to take discipline against individuals that don't complete those hours. Every board sort of handles that differently, and, as we get through this process, we'll kind of have a better idea of what we want that to look like. That's not something that necessarily has to be in reg. That's more of like a procedural thing that we can handle outside of the regulation. 4140 is the renewal process. So Pam is going to help me with the timeline here on this, but from what I understand, the licenses are going to be issued, will expire on April 30th of every odd-numbered year. So if these regs take effect in 2025, that's an odd-numbered year. If you're issued a license, Teresa, you feel free to jump in here too. So for this first licensure period, we decided to include that and go all the way to 27 with any license that's issued now. Is that what we decided? I think.
Can you use your microphone, please, Teresa? Sorry.
Yes, because the regs wouldn't be approved until 2025. So
We didn't want anybody, obviously, to have to well, I guess in May, it would still wouldn't. Good point. Yes, May. All motherboards are June and July, so I don't know the order of the months today. So any license that is issued now or between now and the time of the regs will go all the way to 2027, that April 30th date. So just a little bit of extra time there. Obviously, to renew, you need to do your CEs, make sure that you still have that credential. I know that we can look it up online, but, I think we also place a little bit of a burden on the applicant to upload that into our system to make sure that all that documentation is there, and pay the renewal fee. We'll talk about fees there and here as well. We indicate a limited license cannot be renewed. That's all the limited license language is directly from the national. I know that there's two, and I just keep forgetting which is which, and so I'm not going to use those abbreviations. So I didn't make any of that up either. And the other license category that we have is an inactive status, and that is under 4140E. And it says a licensee may request that his or her license be placed in inactive status. To qualify for inactive status, a licensee must hold a valid, unrestricted license at the time of the request and agree not to practice genetic counseling while in an inactive status. And the status may not be renewed for more than 3 biennial renewal periods. I know that's a long length of time, but it sort of reflects other boards in our agency and kind of nationally. And typically an inactive license would be a period where someone may be staying at home to raise a child, or they might be going through something medical, or have a parent that's going through something medical where they don't necessarily want to have that active licensure, that active practice, but they also don't want to just let it lapse and pretend it doesn't exist and have to remediate in that way. And Pam, if you have anything to add on inactive licenses.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the continuing education requirements.
Okay.
Because we did put in there, if you look at item D, once we get your licensee, we get the numbers built up, we did put in there that a new licensee would be exempt from continuing education for their first renewal. But that would only be once we have built up the network, right, of license.
And the thought process behind that was if an individual, let's say that they pass that, I know there's 2 exam windows, don't ask me to remember the months, but they get in on that second exam window that's right before the April 30th, they would have to pay that initial licensure fee and then immediately have to pay a renewal fee within a month or so. So that just seemed a little bit overwhelming to have to do that, and to have to have those additional CE hours.
Sure. I think I have a question about inactive license.
Absolutely.
So is it in here somewhere, so if they want to come out of inactive status, what?
Okay,
have to
that's
have-
actually in 4150. So we
Okay.
have the reinstatement process for lapsed and then versus the inactive. So if they have, you'll notice that they kind of align. And we kind of went back and forth as to whether or not to have inactive license status. Some boards don't. If that's something that you guys don't want to have, it's something we can take out. But that just means that everybody either has to stay active or be lapsed if they haven't paid. But if they have been fewer than 2 years, they can reactivate by applying, submitting proof of completing 25 CEUs for each period the license has lapsed or been inactive, and paying the reinstatement or reactivation fee. If it's 2 or more years, they will apply, do those continuing education hours, pay that fee, and then complete additional education or accept any other conditions or restrictions placed upon the licensee, or excuse me, the license as the board may deem necessary to protect the public. The reason that language is super broad is that there's so many different scenarios that happen and that I have seen. You know, someone might stay out of work for 15 years to raise their children. They want to come back. You don't want to just send them out there. Technology has changed a lot during that time. So just to provide the board with a lot of discretion in what that needs to look like. And again, that a lot of that comes from your profession being so new to the licensing arena. And I'm assuming it's one that's, again, grows very fast and is very timely. So we didn't want to kind of, I guess, pin you in with your options for someone that's coming back after a break.
I know our certification, like our ABGC certification, has some of this in it too, that if you maintain your certification, then that's supposed to be evidence that you're maintaining your education and you are prepared to reenter the field. And this does it go beyond what ABGC would require? It's written now?
It could. And again, that's kind of, it is a case-by-case basis. It gives you discretion. So you might, for the first 3 months of practice, you want them to just have a supervisor or someone that's kind of reviewing their charting, or you can be so creative with the types of supports that you put in place for somebody returning to practice after a long period. But I definitely understand your point. And if y'all feel that your national requirements are sufficient, then perhaps, this is something that's unneeded to even have additional.
What do y'all think, Kim, Amy, Sarah? Any thoughts?
I think the national requirements are sufficient, because I think too, looking down here under number 2, that you would need to submit proof of 25 hours for each 2-year period that the license has lapsed.
We have 5 years to spread it around normally.
We have 5 years to kind of spread it around. So if you're really and truly out for 2 years for having a kid, you might not have anything for.
But then do we want that person to start practicing if they haven't done anything for 2 years?
Generally, we say that would be fine.
Not yet. Our national would say that, but do we want to go any stricter? We have opportunity to choose.
2-year. If y'all can move that to a 5-year if you'd like. So that is, this is open-ended.
Yeah, that's why, we have the opportunity to decide what we want to do for our state and our people in our state, so.
And I'm not familiar with what other states do in regards to inactive licenses.
Me neither.
I say I guess about a third have an inactive. A third of states had an inactive status of some kind. A couple more do a retired status. It gets real complex when you add that in. But the majority, it's either active or it's lapsed. You're either paying and renewing or you're not.
What are the benefits to the genetic counselor to have an inactive status?
I'm going to defer to Pam and Teresa on this, as I have not been in the licensing-ish arena.
Well, that was actually going to be my question too, because generally with my other boards, it's like Tara said, their licenses either active or it's lapsed or expired. And to to get that license active again, they generally have to do a reinstatement, or depending on how long, they may have to just start the whole process over again. I'm trying to think of some of the other boards that may use the inactive status. I think real estate maybe has an inactive status where they.
Long-term health care also has one. I think it's just, it really is the licensees. You know, it's really funny how every profession that we work with, the profession kind of has like a personality type. And some people are like, I'm in trouble if it says lapsed when someone looks at my license. We all know that's not the case, but they wanted to say inactive. I made a choice. I did something, you know, proactive to make sure that this was my licensure status. But they could just also just renew it, so.
I think we could just go with the 2 categories and eliminate the gray zone.
I think it's going to be confusing for us.
But we might have people who lapse if they move and move back. I think our profession can handle it. It's like we're used to being certified or not certified. Either you're licensed or you're not licensed.
We do let the folks, you know, like now we're going through renewals with one of my other boards, and the question is, well, what happens if I don't renew my license? Well, it does go into a lapse status, but we let them know that that's not a disciplinary status. It's not a bad thing. Like Tara was saying, some folks think it's a bad thing, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
The only other question I had about item number 2 is where it says, and completing additional education and or accepting other conditions and restrictions. So does that mean that those folks would have to come before the board?
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do, we can loop right back to that, but for 4140, I'm going to take out subsection E that mentions inactive licensure. And then in 4150, I'm going to scratch out every reference to inactive license or the word reactivation. It will be lapse and reinstatement will be the words that will be used. And then if any other changes that you guys want to make, now that we are in the context of 4150, only talking about reinstatement from lapsed licensure. So if we want to get back to the 2 years versus 5 years, and whether or not we want any additional requirements, or what y'all want that to look like.
And then also, in the future, should we feel like there's a need for an inactive status, we could always.
Absolutely. So do we want to do the 5-year instead of the 2-year for the reinstatement purposes?
Could we reinstate if they met all criteria for an initial license?
It's an option. That's an option. Some of my other boards, you know, my other boards, they have 2 years. Their license can stay lapsed for 2 years. After that 2nd year, they would have to start the process, reapply.
Then we wouldn't be collecting CEUs over any defined past time period. It would really come down to whether they've maintained their credential at a national level with oversight through ABGC, that they've maintained enough CEUs to continue to be certified.
So are we going back up? If we go up to 4140B, number 2, when you're submitting your initial license, they have to submit evidence of compliance with continuing education requirements. And what are we defining as that, meeting that requirement? The way it reads now, Tara, do you know?
Okay, yes. If we go back to continuing ed requirements, it is the 25
hours.
for every renewal period, every biennial renewal period.
So if I'm submitting my initial license, I have to prove that I have
Just to
nothing for the initial one, really?
Right.
Okay.
So just for renewals.
So when I renew, I have to show documentation that I've had 25.
Technically, you just have to click a
Just say
button
I
that
did it?
says you did it. We'll look at the applications is also on.
If someone gets
our agenda.
audited or something, but, okay. So you're kind of saying, Kim, that maybe we don't need additional things for the reinstatement, or?
Well, I do want to ensure people aren't out of practice and just jumping right back in to serve the public, but my understanding is to be initially licensed, you have to be board certified, which means you have either recently taken the competency exam demonstrating your competency or have recertified through maintenance of CEUs within the last 5 years. I would accept it.
I agree, I think. So as long as when they're applying for their reinstatement, that they have maintained their certification with ABGC, that would be acceptable to the board.
I'm going to change it to meet the qualifications for initial licensure.
Yeah, I think
Is that okay?
fair.
All right.
You good with that, Amy? Yes. Okay.
And the 2-year versus 2-year lapse or 5-year lapse, or how, I mean, y'all are
More than 2 years?
more than 2 years? Okay.
Doesn't matter. They should be meeting that at any and all time points of being licensed in South Carolina.
Only reason that I would discourage that is that if someone just forgets and lapses for like a week, then they're going to be like, ooh, I don't have to do my CEUs because.
I thought the same thing. Yeah.
And I'll defer to your expertise on that.
We'll leave the fewer than 2 years. They can renew by applying for, reinstatement, submitting the proof of the 25 years for that 2-year licensure period, or whichever one that, if they're on that like bubble, and then paying that fee. Otherwise, if it's more than 2 years, they just meet all qualifications for initial licensure, which would include the board certification. I'm going to take out subsection B there, as it's talking about, well, I mean, obvious. I think that's redundant now that we've taken out the inactive and we've made that part of the lapse. Right, 4160 for limited licenses. This reflects, 100%. The statute basically, it does. So this was interesting. So as we're reading the statute versus reading what the board, NSGC, whichever one, requires for the CGC credential, they allow, as long as they allow that kind of you can fail it once, you fail it twice, and you're out. Our statute sort of reads like you fail it once and you're out. Was that your intention, or did you want it to reflect the national?
If I remember correctly, it was presented by LLR to match other bills related to licenses, and we just went with it because we wanted our bill to pass.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Well, we're going to...
So we're like, we'll figure this out later.
We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it just a little bit here, just to ensure that they get that first failure without being...
Lovely.
Can't be limited license anymore. That sounds horrifying.
Yeah.
And no one wants that. So as long as they have that status with ABGC, that they are... What is the word?
Active candidate.
Yes, an active candidate, then they can keep their limited license. So that is what that language says. The other thing that is different is that some states allow them 90 days to practice after they fail that second time. I changed it to 30. That still seemed, 30 seemed fine. But obviously, if they have a caseload or things that have to transition, I understand having a period. But if I have 30, if you want to change it to 90 or make it less, we can do that. The other thing I did was related to supervision, and I don't know. We did define a qualified supervisor, and we said that that individual has to have practiced as a genetic counselor for at least 3 years. And if it's a physician, they have to have practiced for 5 years. If y'all don't want that requirement, we can take that out.
Where is this?
Or where it is on the page.
That is on page 4. Towards that bottom, it is subsection E, and it's defining qualified supervisor.
Our qualified supervisors are going to be licensed genetic counselors.
And that's what matters. You don't care their length of practice. You don't have to.
don't have a large enough professional body to train our students if we put in place that someone has to practice for 3 years.
That's perfectly-
We provide some peer supervision for our newer genetic counselors, and the accreditation body for genetic counseling programs has stipulations around how long someone needs to practice before they can sign off on the cases that someone uses to prove that they're eligible for their exam. So if we can scratch
We can scratch
that,
it.
that would be good.
Absolutely.
While we're on the supervisor thing, I've been thinking a little bit about Allison's question in the definitions around like supervision. The telesupervision thing, I think that came up when we're thinking about who's providing supervision and how they're providing supervision. The telesupervision said audio, video, or both. I was wondering, would it be too much of a stretch to even say or written communication with so much going the way of remote work and typed out communication? Like if, just to cover our
No,
bases?
that makes perfect sense. Provided by an electronic communication device.
Okay.
And we can just say,
If we could
including audio or video, or let's just take it
Just
out.
say- yeah.
Stop there, period.
Stop there,
You know,
period.
lawyers
That's
like words.
perfect.
So we'll stop there. Electronic device. I like it. Okay, so I have taken out the definition of qualified supervisor. So now E will just read, individuals holding a limited license must practice under the supervision of a qualified South Carolina licensed genetic counselor or South Carolina licensed physician whose license is active, and has no restrictions. And I'll also take out that number 2. I said that I gave a limit of 3 individuals being supervised. We want to take that out too, so that you can supervise as many as you think you can handle.
Looking at F on page 5.
Yeah, top of page 5. I'm sorry, guys.
I guess we can take that out. I think it'd be rare. Like that's an experienced person supervising 3 or more, say new grads who haven't taken the exam, but it's not impossible and it could be done. I think we can take that out.
The next section is also super relevant. With every other board that has a supervisory process, there is very, like, a clear cut, someone's taking responsibility. Someone else's license is on the line because they are working with someone and allowing someone to work with the public who is not technically qualified for full licensure. So kind of getting a name is important to our agency, generally speaking. Are y'all okay with having them name a supervisor? We do have, when we get to the forms, a spot for, I believe it's 2 additional, like, alternate supervisors. So if that specific person is out or doing something else, or, it's not like no one else can do it, they can't work. It's just at the end of the day, this one specific person is taking responsibility for that limited licensee.
Makes sense.
And for the other boards, we do put that information out there on the website. Like if somebody looks up that person's license, they would see who they are supervising. So is that okay?
Yes.
Take out the word qualified throughout, since we did take out that definition. And we said that it's going to be on a form signed by both parties, names at least one alternate supervisor, and then includes a provision both parties are agreeing that they're not going to be held out to the public as a licensed genetic counselor. That was something that, was kind of everywhere. And also, since it's in your statute, that, hey, you can't hold yourself out as one if you're not.
So that makes sense. For a couple of points of clarification, what should those individuals hold themselves out as?
Great question. What do y'all do now?
Right now, we distinguish between a certified genetic counselor and a person genetic counseling, and we definitely do not put those initials after
EGC,
somebody who is not like.
Yeah, usually it's been like a genetic counselor because that's your job title granted by your institution, which I think is going to change as licensure comes about maybe. And then you can add certified genetic counselor once. So I don't know. But in line with that, we previously have in these rules and regs that an individual who does not hold an active CGC credential is not authorized to practice genetic counseling. So what's the, are they not practicing genetic counseling under the supervision of the person whose license is on the line?
That is a great, very technical point, and I'm happy to add language to clarify that is not, that exempts limited licensees.
Okay,
I can do that, no problem.
thank you.
No worries. That is a great point.
Is the title protection part, are you saying that a limited licensee wouldn't be able to put on their business card that they're a genetic counselor? The way it's written now?
Yes.
And exempt that.
And if that's what, I mean,
We would like that. I mean, we've always historically used the term genetic counselor. You just can't use the certified part.
okay. So keep genetic counselor, but just not,
To me, like, anybody can still just put genetic counselor on their business card. That's the point. Like,
I think, could it be a privilege for those who hold a limited license, but not those who haven't undertaken the process to register with the board and pursue a full license?
but we can take out provision, we can take out 4, we can take out that requirement altogether. I think, you guys understand your qualifications and what you've gone through. If you think the public is safe with just the distinction between certified and non-certified, that is fine.
I mean, we're going to take on licensed certified genetic counselor once we have our license.
Yeah, they absolutely should not hold themselves out as a licensed genetic counselor.
Okay.
But, I mean, maybe this is right. It's just new territory for us.
Like, I
what
think
they
we
should
need to
call
figure out what we're going to
themselves.
call them. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we have to do that right now,
I mean,
today.
I think that's a great, I mean, that is something that I think that would be very well placed in these regs right out of the gate. So, you don't have to decide right now. You can keep thinking on it. We can circle back, but I do think that should probably go in here, what you guys want them
I think
to.
the title protection is an important part of how we're going to help the public determine who's qualified.
And that would also, be something that we would put on their license. We would, so whatever you guys decide on, we would want to put that on their license and on their pocket card when they renew.
Is there any precedent with other licensed professions for what they call anything different or anything y'all know of?
Pharmacists that do everything a pharmacist does, they're called interns. And then we have long-term healthcare administrators. They have been administrators in training, and now they are administrators in residency because it sounds more fancy. So it really is just what your profession prefers.
Counselors has an associate, like licensed practitioner counselor associate that works under a licensed counselor.
Associate. Because we have, our interns are our graduate students right now. Do physicians have limited licenses as physicians? What do they call them?
Yeah, they do. I'd have to go back and look.
Do you know what they refer to a physician that's under a limited license? Anything different?
This was years ago when I worked with them, but they were called limited licensed doctors.
But isn't it for if they're interns or residents?
They were residents.
Okay.
Looking at the medical board's applications. Let's see what we got.
We don't really use the word resident right now. At least I'm not aware that we do in South Carolina. Do we, have other states that use the word resident for their trainees or anything?
Don't. And one of my concerns with introducing something like that is, will it elevate them to a perceived status beyond those of those licensed? Like, people think of medical residents. I don't know. If you saw genetic counseling resident, how would that, as a member of the public or as a member of the profession, would that strike you as better or worse than licensed genetic counselor?
I always perceive residents not the actual person yet. Like they're still in training. That's why I've always taken it.
Yeah.
But but I'm an educated person.
I have two.
In the medical
I
field.
have two, but I guess I've only thought of it as like for striving for higher than genetic counselors ever.
If we are going to mirror other medical professionals.
with that.
Then like the licensed genetic counselor is the top tier, and the one that's working to get there could maybe be the resident.
Yeah.
Nell has, again, he does everything here. He has looked up for us under the Medical Practice Act. Their definition of a limited license is a current limited time and practice limited document that authorizes practice at the level for which one is seeking licensure. And then the specific provisions, limited license are issued for post-grad medical residency training or for employment with a state agency as approved by the board. I'm going to scan this, and it just kind of overviews their specific qualifications. And a special limited license is also issued to a physician licensed in another state to authorized to practice under supervision for training involving direct patient care. There's an emergency limited license that they also issue if someone is coming in accordance with a state of emergency. And then they have a temporary license for an individual who has met all the requirements for a permanent license, except any final verifications. So that's what their limited license structure looks like.
Does it say in there that they can't hold themselves out to the public as a doctor?
They have that one.
Yeah. Because I know residents just say, hey, I'm Dr. So-and-so. But this is saying, we're saying right now a limited license couldn't say, hey, I'm genetic counselor so-and-so, the way this is defined right here.
Yes, if you wanted them to be able to do that, I would recommend deleting the provision altogether, because they wouldn't necessarily be holding themselves out as a licensed genetic counselor, but if that's the interpretation, it's the same thing. And it's not, I mean, again, it's not necessarily problematic. All they have left is that test. They are under supervision. So if you don't want a requirement, that, it is fine to not have one. That's when you can, tease out over the next year.
As long as someone who hasn't made themselves known to the board at all can't hold themselves out as a genetic counselor.
Active candidate status is what they have. I mean,
Our
active.
bill's still going to provide title protection for Joe Schmo on the side of the road. Can't be like, I'm a genetic counselor. Without, even if we took this
Correct.
number 4 out.
Yes.
Okay. Then I think, Amy, that's what you were trying to get across. Yeah. I'm okay then, as long as, we still have the other protections for people who aren't actually qualified. Okay.
All right, so taking out number 4.
Further down, it does state that an individual holding a limited license must practice under the supervision of a qualified South Carolina licensed genetic counselor.
I did include a provision that they're subject to discipline to the same extent as, a licensed genetic counselor. That might be a stretch, but I don't know. Keep it as broad as we can.
Is it appropriate to maybe pause here since it's close to lunch and take a 30-minute lunch break?
You are the chair, so we absolutely.
So let's reconvene at 12:30. Okay. It is 12:34. We're a little late. Sorry about that, but we'll reconvene. All right.
We ended with, I don't remember where we ended. I think 4170 is next.
Right, yeah, I don't know if we needed to address H right above that.
Okay, just the limited license holder is subject to discipline to the same extent as licensed genetic
Yeah, I think
counselors.
we got that.
I will say that Donnell indicated that the board does need to kind of start thinking about what would constitute a violation in your field. That's obviously not something that we have to lay out in the regulations this time, since we are in kind of a push, but that is something that more specific fields, they will have a list in their regs of things that you can do to violate that specific profession's standard of practice. So just, be thinking about that. And even prior to that, we can give guidance to his team, if the board wants to develop it, if someone has something in mind, or you guys run across anything in your training or education that would be helpful that we could use to develop something.
Are there publicly available records of disciplinary action that's been brought to other state boards?
Absolutely.
That might be helpful.
That's a great idea.
I went down to ask some other people in states that have licensure what their experience has been.
I looked at, to see if there's like an attorneys for genetic counselors group, but I didn't find one. I'm going to keep looking. There might be like a division within some of the AMA things. Right, 4170, name change, name and address change. That's just something standard that we have in all of them because we need to know if you get disciplined where to send your stuff. It's very helpful. All right, now this one, I don't care if you guys do it or not, 4180, the Code of Ethics. The reason that this is in here is mainly because we don't have that list of violations, because it at least gives us something to go from that if you're violating one of these things, we need to maybe look at you for disciplinary action. And I did provide an exception if there's some provision that they pass or add that you guys are like, well, we don't agree with that ethical statement. It's something that you can opt out of. So you could have all the rest of the Code of Ethics except for Section 3, Number 2, or whatever. So to give you guys a little flexibility as time changes and as those change. So think about that one. I did include a copy of it. If you want to review it, look at it, make sure that there's not any that you automatically, already know that you want to take out. 4190 is one that I saw in various other states about opinion testimony. There were also, like I mentioned, advertising regulations. So it sort of if I saw advertising, I would typically see this one. So you could tell that their state maybe had a history of issues with individuals either inappropriately advertising or advertising something that was outside of the scope of their practice or something along those lines, or they truly were being, I hate to say this, like a paid, like bought expert witness. And so the goal of this is to kind of just state, licensed genetic counselors shall not offer or accept an offer to engage in rendering opinion testimony relating to work performed for their patients and shall limit their role to fact witnesses in any manner involving the patient unless otherwise required by law or court order. I'm on the fence about having it. I like it to some extent as far as a protection for patients and the public. To another extent, I don't want to limit you in a situation that I can't even fathom may exist. So
Would we be able to be an expert witness that didn't involve one of our own patients? Or is this just one of our own patients?
you would, it really is just saying that you can't give an opinion about your patient. So like maybe a family law matter is maybe something I could think of, right? So genetic testing has indicated that this specific treatment may be beneficial, right? So you could testify as to the facts about that patient and that patient's results and that patient's records, but you couldn't offer opinion testimony. So they couldn't say, in your professional opinion, do you think so-and-so would benefit from this testing? Now you could testify about all of the facts, but you just could not give that opinion. So that was kind of like the most problematic example I could think of with my limited knowledge of what you guys do. Again, this is one that might be for a later. Like, let's not have it now. See, if it's something we want to add later, but I did want to give you the option if it's something you already knew. Heck no, we would never do this. That's a tough one.
I've never been asked to give an opinion witness. I've been asked to be a witness. I don't know. Do y'all have any thought?
My friend is a licensed social worker, and so that family law scenario is one that she kind of lived through. So fact witness, sure, there were things that she could testify about, but as far as like giving her opinion on who went with who, and then it was
That
just
kind of protect us from liability stuff if we have this in here, or what's the purpose?
to protect you from having to give an opinion. So in that case, she was able to give the facts that she'd observed from the counseling sessions that were appropriately disclosed in accordance with her licensure. But as to should you live with mama or daddy, she doesn't have to be like, this is the one kind of thing. I don't know. Again, that's just with your profession, so I don't know if it's helpful at all.
Okay with leaving it for now. Are y'all?
I could take it or
Do y'all
leave
want to
it for
give an
now.
opinion in court? I'm just kidding.
And listen, this is, the thing about it being in here, it is in this reg so that you could discipline for it if someone violates it, right? If it's a perfectly reasonable, if we decide that it's not working, we just don't have to discipline the person for it. So it's not like if it's here, then everyone that does it is immediately going to be in trouble and lose their license. You guys get to decide if you want to pursue
Pursue that.
discipline. Yeah.
If it's here, aren't we obligated to pursue it if we get that complaint?
Not if you decide, like, not if you, let's say we put this in here, right? It takes effect on May the whatever day, and then on June the 3rd, somebody called and like, well, why did you do this? You've prevented me from doing this, this, and this. You could be like, you know what? We are not going to pursue this, and we are going to do a notice of drafting that we plan to change that part of the regulation and take it out next year. But in the interim, until the regs could be changed, we could have a no,
But it's consistently applied to all license holders. It's not like we're going to let you slide, but not you slide.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, could we, if we were in court, could we say, in my opinion, this was malpractice?
If the attorney's
Or-
smart enough, they're not going to ask you to give an opinion if
Okay,
you're.
then it should be fine if we're presenting the facts of like what best practice should have been and they're drawing reasonable conclusions.
y'all want to continue to think about it, just in case anything else comes up for you. We can always come back to it. Again, this record keeping and patient confidentiality, some states didn't have anything at all, and some states had ridiculously robust requirements. I kind of did the middle ground where I was like, these sound like they're probably something that everybody would do and need to do, but without telling them like very specific, these are all the ways that you have to protect it and this and this and this and this. So, but again, I don't want you to be held to a standard that is burdensome or, you probably all work for organizations that have their own patient record keeping and confidentiality provisions, and I don't want to mess with that. So if we want to delete this altogether, you will not hurt my feelings at all.
I kind of wondered about the purpose of this also, because we are bound by HIPAA and have rules at our various.
The only thing I was thinking about is if in the future there did become like a individual practice of genetic counselor only practice, would this help in that situation?
And with discipline, if it's in here, we can discipline for it. So if they are, do break some confidentiality rule at work that is huge and it's a big deal, not only are they getting in trouble with that, they're getting in trouble with the board.
If they break some national law, then we can complain about that, whether it's in, maybe you're right, that, all practicing medical people are going to be held to those national, federal laws, right?
I think it's just easier for Luke to prosecute, or Pat, or Aaron, if it's, something super specific in our specific reg or practice act. But it's not to say that he can't.
I don't see anything here that would be problematic. It's all looser than the rules we're bound by at our institutions. And I agree that it provides some general framework if someone goes into private practice. I don't know if there's federal law saying you have to document your client encounters, but it's nice to have it here that we know they're being documented in South Carolina.
And I wish I was more well-versed in the federal law on your specific profession, but unfortunately, not.
I think that the 10-year maintaining records could be problematic. Number 4.
Okay. Do we want to lower?
I think, is it like 7 years for Medicaid in South Carolina?
Do we want to go to 7?
Yeah. Because that's nationally what you have to do too. That's what we have to do as well, nationally.
Or 10 I'm in. Okay, fixed 7.
Is it the same for pediatric versus adults as the time period? Okay.
And everything I do is electronic, so it's, I don't know, it goes away, but that's fine. I'm with me to change it to 7.
And the final provision is one that is standard for pretty much all of our regs, just saying, hey, if the courts decide that one of these pieces of one of these regs is illegal in some way, it doesn't invalidate all the rest of them. It just is that one specific provision that goes away until it, in whichever way that court decision would. I don't think it very rarely happens. It has happened, but just a protection, general protection. Any that are not in here that you feel like you want to have added for this first go round?
A personal, just clarification, if we could go back to talking about when someone fails the board, were we going to change some of the language in here, or was it as is? Were you going to make changes?
I set it up so that they were able to have that one failure. So
Okay.
the language that we have here does allow the one failure. It's sort of hidden because I
Okay.
was like, if this is not what I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that y'all had that opportunity. The statute reads kind of strongly that you don't get that second opportunity, but I tried to word it in the regs so that it made the statute seem more like it said what we wanted it to say. So,
It was just that, I don't remember where it was, but the 30 days after
yes.
failing?
And now, let me reread.
After failing the second time, or?
I think, did I word, I
That's
wanted,
page
I meant
4.
to word it like, so it would be like when you're no longer holding active status, but let me just make sure that that's what it.
41, page 4, 4160,
D2.
D2.
I'm gonna say, is no longer eligible for active candidate status. That's what I'm gonna change that language to, just to make it a little more clear.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking that still read like if they fail the first time, 30 days later, they're done.
A lot of people will appreciate that verbiage
I
change.
know, and I'm thanking the Lord that what I told people was like, just trust me, it's going to be okay, and now I feel like it is going to be okay. So I'm glad I don't have to disappoint a lot of people.
It's no longer eligible for active candidate status with, is that one ABGC?
Yes.
All right, great.
Are they having to notify us when they fail the first time? Do we have this so
Like
that
if they
we'll
have
be
a
clear
temporary
of what's
license and they
going
fail
on?
the first time, do they have to tell us? Is that what you're asking? Is that defined?
I'm just looking to see if it's defined in here.
Would let us know if they pass so they can get a permanent license. Otherwise, they continue their limited license until they fail a second time, are no longer active candidate, and fall
Or
under
their
this
year
clause.
expires.
They'll time out at a year.
Well, she was going to change it to after they're no longer active candidate status.
We're gonna, in the drafting,
Teresa's like, no, we're not.
Allison really tried really hard to get them to listen to her, and there was maybe a little bit of miscommunication on that issue. But our interpretation that the 2 times is, I think, the intention. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, they still are going to have the 30 days. Okay, perfect. Yay. Okay, yes, 30 days.
What does ABGC say after you fill it the second time? Do we know?
I need to take a look.
I'm okay with our regulation saying after the second time.
I think you can actually take it, but then we might need to revisit that verbiage if you can still be an active candidate after the second
That's
time.
what I'm concerned about.
Understanding that you can take it now, they've changed it, that you can retake and retake and retake.
You have a different name. They call you something. I had to study this stuff, y'all. I was like, whoa, this is intense.
That was my concern, is that active candidate status, that is pretty easy to maintain. that we
First
might
time
not
you're an
want it.
ACS eligible first time examinee, then you're an ACS eligible repeat examinee, then you go to a non-ACS attempt examinee, and then they also have internationally trained genetic counselors who may be eligible for examination. Those are the 4 different categories.
No. What, Amy?
Familiar with ACSL?
Yes, I just pulled it up, active candidate status, I think that's what you're referring
Okay.
to. Did you say that after the second time, they're no longer eligible for ACS?
That is how I read this. If y'all are reading it different or no differently, absolutely tell me.
ACS signifies an individual has been approved by ABGC to take the certification exam in a specific time frame. ACS is only granted in certain applicant categories. If an individual who has ACS does not successfully complete the certification within the time frame and wishes to schedule another appointment, they must reapply.
For some reason in my head, I just felt like ABGC was going to be more lenient than what our state was going to be. So,
I thought that they had 5 years to continue retaking the exam.
As many
by
times as they
ABGC.
wanted.
Yes. And also, I will say that this has changed over the years multiple times. So we may not just want to say that we're in
Active
agreement,
candidate.
whatever they're doing. We might want to define it.
Okay.
Yeah, it says candidates who do not obtain certification within the first 5 years remain eligible to take the exam, but they will not be granted active candidate status.
but 5 years. So I don't know, Tara, when we're drafting our language, if we want to try to make it say like after the second failure, 30 days after that, or is that not advisable?
Don't think we can because of the way the statute is worded.
Okay.
Which, that's hopefully something that we can get them to maybe correct and it probably won't be soon. Like it'll be 5 years from now when they need to do an overhaul of the entire statute because of some other reason, technology's progressed or something like that.
So if we had a temporary licensee fail their first exam,
What if we just don't allow temporary licenses to be continued after a 1-year time period? That's
I know
two
we
exam
talked about that,
cycles.
but I don't know if we can change that because of the way the
So
bill
this
is.
is the other thing, and I keep saying you can't. You actually can, you can. The thing is that when these regs go to committee and they're a little research person starts researching and they're going to ooh, they're trying to do something that's not in the statute, y'all just have to be there.
They're doing their job, yeah.
To come speak at committee to be like, hey, this is how this really works. Or if not y'all, someone on behalf of your profession is just going to have to educate. And sometimes that's easier said than done.
I think the issue is for employers. They're going to hire temporary licensees. They're going to not pass. We have, 85% pass rate the last go-round of exams. And then they're going to not be able to employ that person without at least a second attempt.
It already says here that it will expire at 1 year from the date that the limited license was issued.
And not if they fail.
It'll expire as long as they, regardless of whether they pass or fail, if they don't apply for a full license.
But what if so if they have a temporary license, it's been less than a year and they failed, 30 days after that, they are no longer allowed to have a temporary license and they can't practice.
So we're trying to make sure that they can,
Get that
they get
second.
one failed attempt and then the second failed attempt.
Yes, and you'll note it in A3, what number is that? A3A, one of the things that we're requiring them to do is to take for the second time the certification examination offered. So we said it that way. So I don't mind saying in there, I just don't want to, I would prefer the language not to just be in direct contravention to
Yeah,
the
I mean,
statute. So just if y'all can help me creatively word that, I am open to suggestion.
Mainly that B2 that is concerning me, that it just, right now, it just says after they fail. It didn't say the first time, second time, third time, just after they fail. That's where you were suggesting trying to put in after they're no longer active candidate status.
Right. But again, that was my understanding of active candidate status, and I might not have understood that. How,
Did you say one of the things was ACSL?
so there's ACS eligible first time,
Eligible.
and then ACS eligible repeat. And I was thinking it could only be a repeat for some reason once, and then they went to another category, but that might not be the case. It doesn't, I mean, glancing
Do you see
at
it now?
I'm gonna. I do know that this is one of those exams where you used to only be able to take it a very specific number of times, and then now that they have these test banks, you can take it as many times as you want.
I mean, you still only have 2 attempts a year, right? 2
Right.
dates a year to take it, yeah. What's the likelihood of us being able to come back to this in a reasonable time? Because we're trying to get this finished by October, right? Yeah, yeah.
Worst case scenario, we'll just put in there that you get to fail it twice. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is that committee makes us pull it, scratch it, and put it right back in. It doesn't take us out of the process. The only time that would happen if it's something just totally, they're like, no, we hate these, and that never happens.
Is there a way, like Kim was saying, to somehow word it that after a year, because we know they've had the chance to take it twice in that year?
It doesn't give it, but if there's only 2 windows, then how
Yes.
long?
Right, so they'll get active candidate status in May when they graduate, and then that, for now, that second board attempt is in February. March, April, May.
So let's take it out for now, and then we'll
See what happens.
visit if they change the test or add more windows or whatever they decide to do. All righty. I will scratch 2 and move 3 to be.
The other thing that we could do would be to move the 1 year to 9 months or 10 months.
Because you're talking about they graduate in May. Is the second window, is it in August? Is it February, August, when they take the exam?
I think that does your statute say 1 year?
Oh, you're right, it does. It does.
Good version, and I had notes all over it, and I could not find that this morning. And if it doesn't seem to work in practice, that's something, we could also pull it, like as these, well, I say that, we won't be, can we issue limited license, Teresa, until these are passed? What is your take on that? I mean, to put you on this, totally on the spot. I sort of do, but not really. I mean, if we need to fill these out now while we still have the opportunity to pull and revise, I'm actually sort of okay with it. We can discuss that part further if we're happy with the language for now.
Yeah, because I would like to know if we give them limited licenses, and then we get the regs passed, then how, will they have to apply for the full license, or are we just going to convert them over?
They'll have to apply because they'll have this certificate. The new, which I think like prints out right when you're done. Pops up and then you're just like, oh, I did it. Yay. You have to wait.
Okay. Were there any other things y'all wanted to talk about in this draft? What about like the last page that talks about the fees and stuff?
We legitimately made up all the other fees. We went just based on like medical board, nursing board, just kind of like similar boards with the kind of fees that they look at. Obviously, your 600 is in statute, so that one is set in stone. The others,
That can never change?
you can change it as many times as you.
The initial one?
It says you can change it in reg. So yes, after this first go-round, you can change it.
I was like, oh, that's not what they told me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I think compared to other states' genetic counseling licensing fees, that's a lot higher. But I get it. We're starting up. It's brand new board. All y'all deserve to be paid very well for all of your work. But yeah, I'm expecting it will come down. Based on the number of applicants we're going to get.
You get every October. As long as we get something in sometime between June and October, you're good to go, and we can change it every year if we want to. I mean, we can try to change it. Obviously, the General Assembly has the final say.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be budget neutral, but I don't want people to be making money off of us either if it's not needed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like a $300 million budget or something. We won't do that to you.
Right.
So the endorsement, we just clarified that was also $600. I thought that was a brilliant idea. A lot of boards don't necessarily have that exact language, and it does get confusing. The renewal, we did $150. I didn't know if y'all felt that was not enough, too much. It's every 2 years.
I think that seems reasonable.
I do too.
And in the reinstatement, we will keep reactivation will obviously come out now that we are not doing the active status. And so the lapse to active was the 300. And that was kind of this is why you should keep it active. Save yourself some money. So.
Because the initial fee was 600, so we just split it.
Okay.
And the limited license fee, we went back and forth on this. They only get one bite at the apple. You only get one limited license. So we're only, if they never get, I don't know. I hate talking about money. It's gross. So just if you, I didn't think that was too much, but it is also around the time that they're paying for their test, which was very pricey, and some other things. So if y'all have other thoughts on that. And then we did do a $25 for a change of supervisor. And again, that's not for alternates. That's just if they're changing that one individual, that is the time that they would pay that 25. That's on that in the background. Let me loop back around to something I totally forgot what we talked about, and it was 10 minutes ago. Teresa made a great point that if y'all are already doing these CEs for your national certification every 5 years, why are we requiring it at all? Let's take it all out.
I tried to take it out before the bill was passed, and it just never happened, because I completely agree with you.
So the way that it is
And make
worded.
the job easier for y'all, the people actually, determining licenses, applications.
I'm got to find it again. Tell me if y'all see that.
I feel like the requirements could basically just be that you're certified through ABGC.
Right, because,
And I think there are other bills like that, or the newer states, and I think it's what the national organization has been recommending for newer bills being passed. It makes it pretty easy to just say, okay, if you can prove you're certified, you're good.
scanning this tiny print, so if someone sees what provision it is, let me know.
I think it's B.
Of which one? 40, 84, 40?
Yes.
Oh, yep, there we go.
Oh, you're looking in the bill.
It's 408440. Or 50, sorry.
No, you're
C.
fine. This is the tiniest thing. So the board shall require NSGC-approved course criteria not to exceed 25 hours as a condition for licensure renewal. So it's not, we just have to require courses. And we are.
I mean, it could just say, we require you to continue your continuing education in line with ABGC.
Done with it. Is that what y'all prefer? Let's do it.
I kind of think so. I think it'll be
Yes.
easier.
So anything that references continuing education outside of the NSGC requirements, I'm going to take it out. Now, with that said, I'm going to take out all this Category 1, Category 2 stuff, because we're not going to care, because you'll be dealing with that with them.
You can let ABGC determine that.
Thank the
Yes.
gods. All right, we'll take that as well. If there's just anywhere else that it would cause a question, but I don't. Taking something out completely is always easy.
It seems like the bill just left it really open-ended, that we don't have to be so specific.
This is so opposite. My other boards are like, 25 isn't enough. We should make them do 95.
I mean, we have to, what is it, 125 hours in 5 years?
It's actually pretty rigorous, the national
And because
standard
it's
as is.
it has to be Category 1 or 2, which is hard to find those.
They were really like long, in-depth courses. So
Yeah.
okay, good. Okay, money, back to money. Anything with the money changes?
I do think the 200 is a bit high for the initial, the limited license, just thinking about that these are new graduates that may not even have a job yet. But, I understand we have to collect some amount, but
Did this come from other boards where you've noticed that it's needed for the job that these people are doing in LLR? I mean, obviously, that's what you're trying to do, right?
We're trying to make sure that you guys have there's a fee assessment process that happens in the agency, like, I don't know if it's yearly or, I think it is yearly. And they look at all of the funds, and any board who's like, their budget is way more than their needs, then Emily comes, Director Farr, and has an entire session about why the fees need to be lowered, and she's done the math for us and kind of gives us a recommendation of what those need to be lowered to. So there's no time that you're going to be out of control as far as what your budget is. Now, is it possible for your budget to not be in a good place and be running in the negative? Absolutely. And we have boards in the negative for whatever reason.
And to go downtown, it's easier to say we're going to reduce, fees versus going to them saying we need to increase.
There's kind of like this burden on all of us initial people to get everything going, and then we can probably bring it down.
okay.
I agree. I think if they don't have a job, then they don't need a limited license and can take the exam and then apply for a full license. And if they do have a job, they're probably going to ask their employers to pay for it.
A lot of employers probably will. Not mine.
So employers, if you're listening, you should pay for your limited licensees. Any other changes?
No.
Okay, so if we are good with this draft, when I say this draft, we're going to need a motion to approve the regulations with the changes discussed today. And what we'll do is, we've heard you, we will have a transcript. If there are any tiny editorial types of mistakes, we can always pull those back and stick them back with a committee. So if y'all are comfortable, so if someone would make.
Is there any more discussion? I make a motion to approve the draft.
Second?
All in favors, say yay. Yay. So is it up to me to go on to the next thing on the agenda? So did we just only do A? Okay.
But the answer to your question is yes.
Lawyer is the one who takes all the time. That's just how it happens.
Number 7B, the initial application and limited license application. Who is going to be moderating? Pam.
Alrighty, The first one is the initial application for the permanent license. Now, I do think well, I'll just go down. I was thinking we might need to make some changes to it based upon changes that we're going to be making to the regs.
And we will, but we can have them make a motion approving the applications with changes to reflect the rewording of the regulations, so that way that you can proceed with your forms.
Well, the first requirement is the master's degree from a genetic counseling training program. And then the second bullet is the American Board of Genetic Counseling certification. Did those look, okay.
Yes.
Then moving down, the $600 fee. We would need a copy of their driver's license or passport, military ID, something with their picture on it, a copy of their social security card. Now, we do not keep the copy of the social security card. That's only just to verify the number and the name on the application matches the number and name, on the social security card. So once we verify that, the social security card, that copy is shredded, is destroyed. We don't scan it. We don't keep a copy of it. The notarized verification of lawful presence is the last page. Well, we didn't include that. That's the page where they have to verify that they're a U.S. citizen, or if they're in the United States under like a student visa.
There are some classifications that we are unable, under state law, to issue licenses for. And, as board members, I want you to be aware of those. So anybody who is here with DACA, the deferred action, we are unable to license them. Anyone here who is seeking asylum, unless they're from very specific limited places, we are unable to issue them a license. I know that people get calls all the time and fussing, but that is unfortunately the state of the law.
And then a copy of the legal name change, if applicable, like a copy of the marriage license or divorce decree. And then other documents needed would be the official verification and authorization to practice, if applicable. Official transcripts from the accredited training programs, and verification of certification from ABGC.
Do we need that first one? I'm not sure what we would have as the official verification of authorization to practice. I know it says if applicable, so I'm just not sure what that would be for us.
That's the license verification, right? If
Yeah,
they're
if they're-
licensed in another state. Now, we can reword that if it's, we can say license verification.
That might be helpful.
Add if seeking licensure by endorsement before that. Or I don't know, if we're still going to require everyone, are we requiring everybody to do transcripts too?
I was going to ask about that. Is that necessary for a practicing genetic out of school for 25 years?
Honestly, I would defer that to advice council. With some boards, we do not.
I think because of the complexity of your national certification, like they know that you've done that.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with taking it out.
It's also part of the ABGC, yeah. Yeah, the certification. It's
Yeah.
already, you have to have, yeah. We're going to strike that bullet number 2. Okay.
And so the ABGC verification, do y'all know if that's something that we could get directly from ABGC, like of some sort?
You can, yeah.
Okay. And then just going down, the rest of it is just like demographic information, name, address, employer information. We also put on there, I don't know if we need, if we're going to get the verifications, the ABGC verification of certification, do we need to have them list that number and expiration date, or is that going to be on that verification that we get?
It should be on the verification, right?
I agree. I don't know what, if they do for an outside person. I know they don't if we request it. I'm not sure if someone else does, if there's a fee or not. I don't know.
Well, that's why I was asking if they had like a portal that we could hook up to, and we could pull those verifications ourselves.
Yeah, there is a fee if you requested a formal verification, but I don't think we don't care about the formal one, right? We just want them to submit it. I don't care if they print it or if the people print it. Do you care?
That's why I don't care about that. When I was with nursing, copy of the certification.
We all have copies of our certification.
We do.
Like, right here in a file at our desk, easily accessible, that we have to give to our employers. Or we take it off the wall and put it on the copy machine and take a copy.
I guess we can take out the education piece since we're not going to require a copy of the transcript. And then we have a section here for those that are licensed in another state. We can reword that.
Might need more spaces.
Okay.
There are people who are licensed in every single state.
Oh, wow.
Do we care then? Do we want to take it off? We need to know the state that where they want maybe of original licensure. How do they handle that for like?
Or if they're disciplined.
Yeah, we definitely do want to know where.
Okay.
I think this will probably work a little bit better once we have the electronic.
You just attach another sheet as
Yes, we could.
necessary.
Mhm. And I'm not sure, like with the MDs, physicians, any type of disciplines taken against them, they're reported to the National Practitioner Database. Do we know if?
They are.
That's-
They're just in the
okay.
state that they held the license, as far as I know.
Gotcha.
Not a little
We may have
further.
we may have to contact MPDB.
So the agency enters an agreement within whatever the initials. I'm so bad with acronyms. And so we might have specific requirements based on that. I don't really know, but.
And then with the personal history questions, have you ever held any type of professional or occupational license in any state? Has any licensing agency revoked, suspended, or restricted that license, certificate, or registration? These are just like questions that we also ask for other state, for other licenses here.
And this is the time we get to go into executive session. We can wait till we're done, but we do want to go into executive session about one issue related to criminal history and application.
And then the last page, of course, is just them signing and attesting to the fact that everything that they provided on the application is true and accurate.
Do I need to make a motion to go into executive session? Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's on both applications, so we can finish it.
All righty. Any questions, comments?
For those that hold licenses or held licenses in other states, one issue that we run into a lot when we're getting multiple licenses is if you've let a license lapse because you've moved out of that state and then you go to apply for a license in a new state, do we have to reactivate that previous license? Or are y'all okay with us having lapsed licenses?
For endorsement, I do believe that at least one license needs to be active.
But so for example, one of my colleagues has a Georgia license, but she let her Utah license lapse because she no longer lives there. But she's going to need a South Carolina license. So she would be able to get a South Carolina license because she still has her Georgia license.
Correct.
Okay.
And some do, it has to be like the state you were initially licensed in is the one you have to pull all in your endorsements from, but we don't really do that.
Moving on to the limited license application. The bullet, the master's degree from a genetic counseling training program accredited by HCGC or an equivalent program as determined by the board. The $200 application fee. Once again, we would need a copy of their driver's license, a state ID, passport, or military ID. Copy of their social security card. Once again, it's not kept on file, just used for verification purposes. The notarized verification of lawful presence form. Legal name change. And since with the limited license, since they have to be under a supervisor, with some of our other boards, it works best if they submit that supervision contract with the limited license. So that's why we've got the supervisor agreement there. And then proof of active candidacy for examination from ABGC. And then the official transcript from the accredited training program. And then the demographic information, address, date of birth, employer information. The next page, the American Board, we asked for, we're asking them for the date of the scheduled exam. Is that feasible?
Yes.
Should we be asking if they've already taken an exam? So for instance, the people who are coming into this now, if there's somebody out there who already hasn't passed one exam, I don't know.
This first group is so weird. Like it would need to be on this one, but then it would never need to be on it again.
I'm okay with not adding it if it's, yeah, I'm fine with.
I think as long as they're in still active status, then that fits with the bill and we're fine.
And then we had the supervision information, asking them who the supervisor. I think on the supervision contract, we asked them to list the alternate, don't we? Yeah. Should we ask them for the alternate? No. Okay.
Yeah, a question. So is it possible that some of these initial applications, there's not going to be a license number yet for their supervisor? Or are we going to already have licenses for the supervisors for these initial applications?
Not 100% sure that we are going to be able to issue the limited ones until the regs are in place. So I'm still up in the air about that. If nothing else, they can just give the name and we'll figure it out. Is that your thought?
My thoughts are that I guess I don't see why we wouldn't be able to issue the limit. Well, because the requirements are already in statute. We have what the board, basically wants an individual. It's the 2 times to, try to pass the exam, and then if they fail it the second time, then basically at that point, they no longer get a limited license. So
My thought is just the disciplinary portion, because there's not a specific revision that says that they're able to be disciplined, but they are a license
Gotcha.
holder, so they'd have the Engine Act, I guess. I don't know. I'm with you.
If you're filling out this application, though, and your supervisor doesn't yet have a license number, what do they do? Just leave it blank and let you?
I think at that point, we should be able to reach out to
Okay.
the supervisor to say, here's the application. We need you to fill it out.
Just didn't know, like, how many questions are we going to get from people filling out applications, asking us, and we're going to be like, oh, I don't know. So,
It's just that we wouldn't be able to issue that limited license until we verified that that supervisor has a license.
So it would almost be that the full licenses need to go first. We need to get those in place and then do limiteds.
And we could do that. I mean, we could do that. And if we're processing a limited application and we see a name on it and we've got, the permanent, we can manually, we can look for it, yeah.
And if their supervisor's like delaying, unfortunately, you'll have to find another supervisor. That's probably not as feasible in the real world, but
And what we do, if something is missing from someone's application, we call it a deficiency email. We notify them. So let's say we got a limited license application, they have a supervisor listed, and, we can let them know, hey, your supervisor hasn't been licensed yet, or we can make them, kind of put the onus back on them to say, hey, can you check to see, what's going on? But we'll notify them if anything is, like if a question's not answered, we'll reach out to them and let them know of any deficiencies. And the questions are the same on the limited license that they were on the permanent license.
I have a question about the supervisory agreement. Just under the primary supervisor attestation, it says primary physician signature, which there's going to be a lot of Genetic counselors signing that aren't physicians. I don't know if we need to.
We can get that changed.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was looking at question number 5. Have you ever had a lawsuit filed against you, judgment against you, or settled a claim arising out of your work as a genetic counselor? So it's possible for someone to file a malpractice suit?
I mean, a lot of us that practice now are covered under our institution's malpractice policy. It's not, I don't think we have individual malpractice policies, but there's an institutional one.
Yeah. No, yeah, my company holds one for me.
Who set up shop could have their own,
Yeah, in the
but we
future,
definitely
yeah.
could be listed on a malpractice suit.
There have been national, cases.
And then the last one is the supervisory agreement between the individual applying for the limited license and their supervisor. Once again, we would like to have receive this agreement at the time that they apply for the limited license. Just asking for their name, the supervisor's information, the alternate supervisor's information, and then we'll make the change that Allison noted about the signature.
We also need to change the year limits. Okay.
all that language will go away. And I don't know if we'll still want to capture even the date of issue. I'll let Michelle decide that. Michelle is our application goddess, and so she can decide that.
As we are hiring new graduates and they're applying for limited licensee status, how quickly do we think that this would be turned around so that they could start seeing patients? Like, do we have timelines that we're anticipating being able to do this? Not this first, but sort of once we're up and running, how long would it take a person who is a new graduate or state to get their license?
Well, generally, staff looks at the application. Now, if once we make them online, of course, it'll move the process faster. It's just going to be dependent on, and they can do this ahead of time too. They can go ahead and ask for their transcripts to already be sent. That's what a lot of our boards do now. So when we get their application, we've already got their transcript. So within a matter of days, we've got the license issued. So as long as, I don't think it would be weeks that
Okay.
we're talking about. I'm just kind of leery right now to put a definite, but I wouldn't say weeks and weeks.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Real time versus like batched.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the applications would be processed based upon when they're received. So, so we wouldn't be, ones that we got 2 days ago. Of course, we'd be processing those before we got the ones that we get today, so.
Was there a timeline mentioned already about when we think we'll have these online?
Once we get the paper, we get that all squared away, because that's what they use to develop the online. So, that'll be the next step is we got the paper approved. Let's see if she can work it into her time to start working on the online. We test it. We would like to have these online as quickly as possible. But it's just going to be where can, it be fit into their schedule.
Anything else about these applications, Pam, or anyone else? No. So do I need to move into executive session? How does that go?
Yeah, that's also a motion. Typically, you would say, I'd like to accept a motion to go into executive session for purposes of legal advice related to, in this case, criminal background checks and applications.
And what Tara just said, can we make a motion to do that, please?
You can just say so moved. That works.
So moved.
And then take your second.
All in favor, say yay. Yay.
Statement, no votes were taken and no motions were made in executive session.
I move to delegate the board's authority to approve standard applications for genetic counselor and limited licenses to the board executive, not including applications that have items of concern in the applicant's personal history or other non-standard applications.
And that will complete Part C.
Second?
And I need a second.
Second.
And all in favor say yay. Yay. All right, so new business D, appointment of legislative liaison. What do we do for that? What does that mean?
All right, like the regulations that y'all have worked on today. Once the next year's session starts and they go through downtown, this person would be asked to come to represent the board and to answer any questions that the senators or the representatives might have about the regulations.
I would strongly suggest that it's someone who is interested in legislative affairs and potentially someone who maybe lives close, because sometimes that call comes at 9 p.m. that the committee's going to take something up and we have to get somebody here. You all can know about it. If you're interested in knowing, you'll be on the list and you can get here if you can. But whoever like your person's going to be that Pam's going to call at 9 o'clock or I'm going to call at 9 o'clock, they should be someone who could actually go.
You're the only one that's local.
Oh, I don't know that I'm especially interested
Yeah.
in legislative affairs, but I am local, so I would do that if nobody else wanted to.
And I do go with my other boards. I'll also go with the liaison to represent as well.
So to make a motion to appoint Amy as our legislative liaison. I need a second.
Second?
All in favor, say yay. Yay.
Good cause request delegation, they talked a little bit about that. I just want to clarify that it doesn't have to be the chair. Every board I work with, it's the chair, but there are some who are like, the chair's got enough because they're handling TSOs and they're handling all this other cease and desist, that they pick someone else. Anytime a complaint comes in and there's, basically you're going to get an email from me, it's going to be like, these are the facts, and this is the reason the person wants their name withheld from being disclosed to the respondent, the individual who the complaint has been made against, and then you just tell me yay or nay.
Yes or no to them getting their request to remain anonymous? Anonymous.
Yes. Make sure it's someone decisive. I mean, if it's not you, just make sure you're decisive.
Does anyone like the idea of doing that other than me?
Don't mind. Don't want it, and I don't mind you doing it as our board chair.
Only one that doesn't have a job yet, Kim.
I know.
I make a motion to delegate the good cause request to Kim.
Second?
All in favor? Yay.
Yay.
So part F, hearing officer and IRC appointment process. What is that?
So the IRC is the investigative review committee that Donnell mentioned, or Donnell's team mentioned, and that is the group of individuals that will meet with Ratisha and, I've already forgotten her name, don't tell me. Ashley, and decide whether or not to kind of use those disciplinary parameters that you'll set, but until then, kind of discuss the type of discipline that they're thinking about with a specific case. Remember, you can't know the facts. That committee sort of reviews those facts for you and is like, well, the board would want this to be a letter of caution. The board would want this to be a formal complaint. That will eventually roll up to you. You'll get something called an IRC report, and it will have like kind of a vague description that gives you enough information to make a decision as to whether you think it's been placed in the appropriate spot by the IRC committee. But you won't ever know the full facts if it's a case that if they recommend for dismissal and you agree. So we just need you guys to start thinking of who you want to choose for this. Different boards handle it differently. You can probably speak to that as to whether y'all want to. Some boards like collect resumes, some just.
It doesn't have, these aren't board members. These would be, folks, other genetic counselors, that you guys would feel comfortable enough giving them, letting them do this job, because, they would actually hear the cases along with myself or Tisha, the investigators, and, they would be making the recommendations for what, is it a dismissal, or should it be a letter of caution, or is it a formal complaint and it needs to come before the board? So, it's really whoever you guys want to nominate to do that position. And we can do well, it's kind of hard to do an e-blast,
Right.
but
We don't have a group, so that initial individual, there's usually what, 2, 3?
yeah. Yeah, 2 or 3, 4, depending on the size of the board.
So if we make nominations and people, then they have to accept or not accept?
You don't even have to make any today. This
Oh,
can
okay.
definitely be for the next meeting, especially if y'all are going to let us have it fairly soon, and not 2 years from now. Just cannot believe that.
To whoever you want to nominate, make sure that, that this is something they would be interested in doing.
I was going to say that there should be probably 3 IRC members and 2 hearing officers, at least a primary and a backup for the hearing officer's position.
And hearing officers right now, they would hear cease and desist TSOs. I know they would hear TSOs. I don't really know what else. That's the only ones I've handled. With a hearing officer later on, like if there's a ton of work and you guys don't want to hear the hearing, you don't want to have the formal hearings in front of you and you want that delegated to a hearing officer, you can do that later. But for right now, these will be people that would hear a case that needs temporary suspension or they need to go for an order of evaluation or something like that. I don't know what else. I know I'm wording this wrong. Y'all are the first board I've had that gets RPP, so I'm really excited about learning this process a little bit better. But they're the ones that would handle like that first decision as to whether or not to suspend the license or.
We get either written or electronic description of these positions so that if we are asking people, they know what they're taking
What
on.
does that mean for us?
And who they'll have to help them through whatever they're supposed to do. 'Cause
Yeah. Will they only be hearing genetic counseling complaints, or would they be hearing for pharmacy or anyone else?
Just genetic
Okay.
counselors.
And we don't need these people. They won't be doing anything until
there's a complaint.
we have to have licenses and.
Yeah, I was going to say they don't have to be licensed, but, they're not licensed yet, but they will be.
So what if each of you takes on the task of finding an IRC person, and I'll find 2 of the hearing officers before our next meeting? Yeah, and I'll take on finding 2. But we would like to have, can we have an electronic description of those positions?
Do we have something like that, Ratisha?
I can check. If we don't have it, we can make it.
Is that something, Pam, that you can email us once they have
Yes,
it? Okay.
yes.
And would that person be required to come here to Columbia for meetings, or would these be online or reviewing documents?
Well, I know for the boards, for my IRCs, they're what we call WebEx. They're virtual. Would that be the same, Ratisha, for this group?
Okay.
And the documents would be put out on a secure website that they would pull, and they would get the information in plenty of time for them to review and make a judgment.
But if there's ever a hearing, we want them to be in person. So hearing officers.
Yes, discipline.
In person. Otherwise, it's just.
And WebEx is kind of like Zoom. It's just the platform we use here.
Tara, did you say that hearing officers, it probably is going to be better for people to be able to get here locally?
Yes, but it doesn't have, they will have a little bit of notice, like whoever, we are trying to temporarily suspend, they get a specific amount of time that they have to be noticed a hearing is going to be held. So it wouldn't be like you'd only have a day notice or something.
Okay.
They'd have notice of these hearings.
do we need to,
At least 30 days, right? Yeah.
do I need to make any other action on this number or letter F? Okay. So the next item would be G, the 2024 board meeting dates. So that's, we need to figure out another one this year.
If you want to, it's
Yeah.
up to you.
What is your advice, council?
Y'all have a lot going on. So my advice would be that we set one, just in case. Like we're going to start collecting these licenses, they're going to start flowing in. We might have some crazy issue that comes up. We can schedule it to be a WebEx meeting. If we know we're not going to have a lot of business, we can cancel it if there's not enough business. But I just feel like finding a date and a time that we can all be like, calendars blocked here until we make a decision is just a good idea.
Who typically attends our meetings? Okay.
I mean, we're always here, Pam and I, and who else? Every board is different. I don't know.
Yeah, usually there's somebody from, OIE. Yeah.
Okay, good.
For it to be a meeting, we have to have at least 3 of ourselves. Yeah. I mean, are we thinking like in October and November?
It's up to you. You don't have a requirement. Some boards have to meet every other month. Some have to meet 4 times a year. You guys just, it's up to you.
I think it's a crazy time of year, but. And November gives us a little bit of time.
First 2 weeks of November.
Is there a certain day of the week that works better? Like, I have some boards that like Friday meetings. I have some boards Mondays. I have some boards Tuesdays.
And
Not that it
Amy and
matters.
I don't see patients on Fridays. I don't know what Kim and Sarah's schedule is like on Friday, because
They're strange, but I can make Fridays work pretty easy.
In the office, we will be closed on the 29th of November.
is Friday a
Thanksgiving.
good day for you, Kim?
If I'm in town and don't have another conference, yes.
Conference like every week in November, every week, every Friday. But if it's, I can. Okay, so if I'm not able to be here, there is obviously a whole floor of advice council, and we switch and cover each other's meetings as needed. So
Thursday is another day that I personally don't have usually patients that are going to have to be rescheduled.
I can move things.
You have
as-
flexibility.
as I
November
know ahead of
1st
time.
look that if November 1st works, that's one that I could make. No, that's okay.
our state society's first annual meeting.
Okay, that's good.
That ain't gonna work.
That's right.
We do have a lunch meeting for everyone's going to be together.
We can just notice it.
Yes.
I mean, what about like November 7th? If we didn't do a Friday so that we could have Tara.
I will be in Arizona.
actually
I'll be in
want a
Arizona,
Friday?
but the time difference, especially if it's in the morning, I think the 8th I'm not flying, so I could do the 8th.
We could look at the 14th.
Yeah, or the 14th.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Let's do the 8th. Your 8th. If the 8th looks good for everybody, I can make the 8th work.
I cannot do the 8th.
Holiday weekend too. Who knew? I could do the 15th. Or the 22nd, actually, technically. If we want to.
Will you pull up the conference room calendar? Because we'll need to make sure we've got a conference room available.
I can't do the 15th.
You do the 14th, Tara? You said you're out of town on the 14th.
I am at a conference, but I can step out. There'll be somebody else I'm going with that can handle that information. So I'm good with the 14th if everybody else is.
I have a flight out of Charleston on the 14th.
Okay.
It would be tight. I'd join virtually.
Is there another day during the week I may potentially switch with somebody for my clinic days? If that's going to make it easier. I could do a Tuesday
Looks like we have all Tuesdays for 2025 dates if we want to just kind of get on that schedule. I don't know. I have clinic on Tuesdays, but I can rearrange my schedule. That's enough notice. Look at late October or early December if those weeks are just bad.
I mean, everybody shies away from December, but that very first week of December is like really empty because most people don't do December. What does y'all's look like? I mean, building wide, it's pretty empty.
Or 6th, that Friday would be fine.
I have an out-of-town family obligation on the 6th. But that's the only day in December I can't do.
Can't do the 5th, but any other day, I'm good.
About the 3rd, Tuesday?
And again, knowing that we have that meeting at the end of January, if we don't need to meet, we will not meet. I mean, we'll be at the, hopefully at the pleasure of your chair. You'll allow her to make that decision, and she can communicate with us, and we'll let her know if there's any business, and she can decide.
And those 25 days, those were just dates we just, picked kind of around. So, yeah. So that's not set in stone, those dates.
So should we clear our calendar or keep it clear on those dates or?
That is the next item on the agenda.
My ear. Oh, okay.
So are we clearing the morning of the 3rd for a meeting? I would think if we are meeting, it would be brief and.
Is it worth, if it's that late? I mean, it's that before January.
And then if like we have some horrible something happen that we're like, we have to have them meet, then we can figure that out at that time.
If we're going into December, it's not that different to wait till January. But if we wanted to work harder to do October or November, so you're okay with not scheduling anything unless something crazy happens? Yes. Okay. All right. So the next item, H, there's discussion about our meetings for the next calendar year. And so these have been suggested.
Right. Okay. Suggestions.
And because they're so far in advance, I am able to probably make all of those work. I don't know if y'all already saw those and looked at your schedules and stuff too.
No, not that I know of at this point. I don't have my conference schedule for 2025, so I don't know where I'm going to be assigned
Traveling.
to go. Yeah.
Doesn't conflict with NSGC, that October one.
I have to go to
Chicken all
multiple
kind of stuff.
conferences, so they get assigned to me in January. So until January, I don't think it overlaps because the ones I normally go to are in March, and then NSGC, and then one random one. So, and I can decline the random one if it overlaps with these dates. So.
And you guys are obviously, if you can't make it or you need to appear via WebEx, I mean, that is something that we can make happen in an urgent situation. It's just harder.
Frowned upon.
Extremely.
So is it possible that if we keep this January date and then in January we find out there's a bunch of conflicts with Sarah, we can change those?
Yes.
Okay.
I think January is probably the safest one. Because by now I would probably know if I was going somewhere in January.
Okay, so we'll leave it as is, and then we'll adjust in January if we need to. Okay.
So just a vote to approve the board meeting calendar for next year, and this will be the one that's released to the media as to what your alls are for the next year, and they'll be.
So I'll accept a motion to approve the calendar. Anybody want to make that motion?
Motion to approve the 2025 calendar.
Second. All in favor, say yay. Yay. Okay. Were there any other things that we needed to, the next item is lunch, which you already did, so, and then adjournment, so.
I'll have anything else, obviously, do your homework that you've been given by Allison and do Donnell's homework of trying to think of maybe some violations. I'm definitely going to check board orders for other states. I was really smart.
Do we just keep all that and bring it in January, or should there be outside of meeting I mean, you said don't have like email discussions.
Yeah, don't ever
okay.
email each other. But you can email Pam at
Okay.
any time with anything that you want disseminated or, anything like that. Obviously, you can email me.
And generally, if someone reaches out to you about licensure questions or, hey, can you check on the status of my application, refer them to me.
We can give people your email.
Yes.
Okay.
It's on the website anyway.
Yeah.
As far as scope of practice questions, I mean, I've gotten that you're pediatrics. You definitely are like education aligned, a little like jack of all trades and hospital, all the things hospital and testing, all the things testing. I mean, just to be really vague, is that okay if that's kind of what we use in-house to be like, who should we start with? Test?
Yeah, so it's just like laboratory.
Already testing questions, yeah.
Kim's going to be the best at trainee, limited license, but she's also very clinical too, like me.
Maybe we start with you, Kim, and then we ask others.
Knows everything.
Okay, good. All right. Well, it's Kim then.
So I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Can I?
No, Pam says no.
I'm sorry.
No,
Just one
please.
thing. Just wanted to be certain, so we're not printing actual licenses. Is that correct? Okay. Just wanted that on the record.
Anything else we need to get on the record?
I think you guys have done a lot today.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much. Y'all are wonderful.
Well, now I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Yay.